Monsanto haven't forgotten that when I'm around, I have to take the lead. So, Danik, I'm not with Bayer anymore, but it's great to be part of this whole wonderful set of people whom I really loved and enjoyed working with all of them back from 1999 till 2009, nearly 11 years. And then I know they were making an effort to move to Manyata Tech Park. Initially, it was only shared services of the IT and finances, but now they've grown really, really big. Apparently, 1,000 people working for Bayer Crop Sciences, spread across 2 floors, 9th and 10th floor. And then, of course, my connectivity is mainly with the Bayer Crop Sciences. We're doing some wonderful work for improving agriculture, not just in India, but across the globe. Just wait for Dr. Manjunath to come. Yeah, okay. So we were expecting something like 45 people as per the forms that they filled. So there was a dilemma between Shobha and Anik where to hold this. So that other hall, that other room, which would have been more cozy, that can only hold maybe 38 to 40 people. But if you have some extra new people coming in, then it will be very, very congested. So we thought we here. That's the reason why I want you all to sit to the front. So as soon as Dr. Manjunath comes, we will start. Okay, all right. I was just making an introduction for the evening. And once again, I want all of you to show your appreciation to the Bayer crowd. Please give them a round of applause for hosting us. For hosting us this evening on a Saturday. I know multinational companies, they're thinking of projects all the time, but Saturday, Sunday, you cannot touch them, right? That's how it was in Monsanto anyway. So, but these guys have been so nice hosting this evening, this event in this evening here. Actually, what was better, because I was here about a month and a half, 2 months ago. It's so crowded, so many people walking around. But at least in parking also was quite difficult. So it's good that strategically you made the right decision having on a Saturday evening, but we made you all come here. Okay, so I want Anik to come and say 2 minutes, inviting, because I'm not the host, he's the host. If something goes wrong, you should blame him. So don't blame me. So, and then on behalf of IBIOM, I will invite you all. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. On behalf of Bayer, I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to you all. Thank you all for taking time off to come here to see what we are doing and also to network. It's really an honor to have you all here. We'll use this time and have a good time. Welcome again. Thank you all.
So just a small intro to IBIOM. IBIOM is called the Foundation for Indian Biotechs and MSME Startups. This was started about 2019, June, July, when people like Raja, I don't know where he is, he always comes a bit late, but he makes a very grand entry. So maybe he's waiting for all of us to sit down. So when I was in the Department of IT and BT Government of Karnataka, he sort of looked at me and then looked at a few others and said, there are so many startups coming up in the country, especially in Karnataka, especially in Bangalore. So he said we must do something about that, because that coincided with the release of the first biotech startup policy by Government of Karnataka. Our state was the first one to release a policy. That was back in 2015. Immediately after that, in 2016, Government of India released a biotech policy. Since startup policy, I mean. Since then, a lot of startups have just sprung from nowhere. A lot of people, expats have come from various countries, and they've taken refuge wherever they could, incubation centers like BBC, CCamp, and so on. And they're trying to see what they can do in order to solve the challenges being faced by the country. So I think many of them have done very, very well. But what we also found was that, particularly Raja and Naveen and many others found out that many of them were sort of lost on the street. So we said we should form a small association. Raja has been an entrepreneur since 1968, 69, around that time. Probably after Kiran Mazumdar Shah in this space, or after one or two other people, he was one of the leading persons to really venture into entrepreneurship. So he said, look, we should somehow help the young people to come up in the startup area. So let's see what we can do. So we started this association called Bengaluru Biotech, BBS, Bengaluru Biotech Startups. And it's a WhatsApp group, okay? And then it grew from 3 to 10 to 100 to now is about 300, okay, of the BBS group. It's a very, very informal group. People chat all sorts of things, so much so that sometimes I have to hold a harness. The chat doesn't go away in different directions. Sometimes I'm also guilty of contributing to that chat. A lot of chatter, but out of the chatter, a lot of very good things are coming out. Such an informal setting, people actually, Varsha and Manish and many others can vouch for that. Such an informal chat group, people seek help and provide help in any which way that they need. It could be reagents, it could be equipment, it could be human resource, it could be space, it could be ideas, brainstorming through WhatsApp chat. All these things go on very, very well. But unfortunately, BBS being a WhatsApp group, we cannot go approach the official agencies saying that we want some directions, we want to apply for funding and all that. So we decided that we form a registered association. So about 2.5, 3 years ago, I think February of 2021, we launched a registered association called IBIOM, Indian Biotech and Startup, Biotech and MSME Startups is a foundation. So there were eight trustees who founded that. And the trustees we have here today is Manish. Manish is one of the trustees. Varsha, who else is here? Varsha and Manish. The others are, Naveen will come and Raja will come, hopefully. And two of them are, one of them is based in Chennai and another one is in Harkaran in Delhi, I think. So, and Divya is a wonderful lady. She has a company called IBIOM in 60 Feet Road in Sanjay Nagar. And IBIOM is a very poor platform, but we're trying to become very resourceful. We are resourceful, but in terms of finance and all that. So we don't have an office of our own, but Divya in her company called IBIOM has provided some front office space. That's where our COO, Shobha Cherian, and Shailaja, our executive assistant, they're working, okay? So they are the official employees of IBIOM, and some of us are working on an honorary basis. Okay, so IBIOM has grown from strength to strength. When Raja comes, he's going to make a presentation. Naveen is going to make a presentation on IBIOM. So I'll wait till then. So now what I want to do is we'll go to the next item in the schedule and invite Kamath, my good old friend and former colleague Kamath. We've known him for a very long time, and he's familiar to many other people. And then, yeah, you're going to set up. So he's going to. He was with Dr. Manjunath's team. Dr. Manjunath, so glad that he's here. He's got an incredible number of experiences, mainly in the entomology, crop protection, integrated pest management, commercializing biopesticides and all of that. One of the pioneers in that area. I'm so glad he's here. He has multiple positions, and the one where we came to know each other was when he was the director of the Monsanto Research Center until 2003, from about 1999, I think. So that's when we came to know him closely, and a lot of people here have worked with him. So today the focus is agriculture. So for me, when it comes to agriculture, I have a few people in mind. Without them, they cannot be in discussion. And Dr. Manjunath is one of them, Dr. Sharan Nangani, and of course, from Kriyagen AgriApp, we have Amita Ganapati, Sridhar Gampala, and a very budding startup called Trana Labs. Nitin Deshpande is right here. And then a very, from the 2 generations down, a very young man called Kiran Gowda. So he's a student in Saptagiri College, and he's got a lot of very interesting ideas. He knows how to meddle things, I think. So he's going to show us a demo of how it can be useful in agriculture and other areas. So that's going to be an interesting discussion. Okay, so when Kamath is ready, we can, if anyone has a question on IBIOM, please let me know. So IBIOM has got multiple groups, official group, many other groups. We would invite any of you who are not members already, please become a member by joining it, by a very small, paying a small amount of 2,500 rupees. And then depending on how you're benefiting from IBIOM or how you can contribute to the growing ecosystem, you can always become an annual member, which means that there will be more fees that you have to pay. Okay? Ready? Okay, so over to Kamath. Yeah. Thanks, Kamath.
Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much, Jags, Anik, for this wonderful opportunity to share something about Bayer sustainability and regenerative ag, right? So I would like to ask a question. So what it comes to your mind when you hear about sustainability? What is sustainability for you?
Controlling carbon dioxide greenhouse.
Yes. Sorry?
Equilibrium.
Equilibrium of
Net resources and utilizers. Net zero.
net zero, correct? Any other thoughts?
Conservation of species. Conservation of species.
Conservation of species. Yes, less from more, more from less, more from less, sorry. Yes, yeah, yes. So whatever you are said, it's really part of sustainability and regenerative ag. And for Bayer, sustainability is, I would say, it is not a CSR or any charity. It is part of our core business. So it is a new and better way of doing business. So we used to say safety is part of culture, right? In earlier Monsanto, the sustainability has become that it's part of integral part of starting from R&D discovery till product discontinuation. It is totally embedded into the overall Bayer portfolio and solutions. So having said that, so today Anik asked me to cover a few topics. Uh, One is the crop science and Bayer overview. So what we are, what we do. Second, I'll spend some time on sustainability and regenerative ag with focus on rice. So rice for us is the candidate crop in APAC when it comes to sustainability. It ticks most of the boxes what you mentioned. So that's why we have taken rice as a candidate crop to drive this agenda in APAC. Last but not the least is collaboration and partnerships. So that's the kind of theme of this. And I would like to share two avenues. One is Life Hub and second one is Bayer Leaps. So these are two avenues with which we would encourage you to explore and get connected to. But these are not the only two avenues, but these are the ones which are kind of flagship ones for us. So having said that, let me go to what is Bayer, right? So Bayer is a life science company. So our mission is health for all, hunger for none. And I'm sure none of the major companies in the globe can claim this mission except Bayer. Either they are ag space or they are in pharma space. But we are equally having presence in both agriculture and pharma. And I'm sure all of us are either familiar or at one part of our life we would have used these products, right? It could be aspirin or, yeah, please come. Or it could be different seed brands or a lot of over-the-counter drugs, right? So Bayer Cross is a very popular brand and a household brand for all of us. So when it comes to a bit more details about Bayer, so we have three divisions: crop science, pharmaceuticals, and consumer health. So in crop science, predominantly we deal with the seeds and traits, crop protection, biologicals, digital. And when it comes to pharmaceuticals, focus is on oncology, cardiology, and also the other major streams of pharma. And then consumer health is nothing but our over-the-counter the supplements and some of um, uh, the medicines which we can regularly buy. What I want to also call out is we have a presence in across 83 countries. And last year, the sales is over 50 billion. And generally, a ballpark is major companies invest around 10% of their sales into R&D. That's the kind of rule of thumb. But we go slightly beyond that and invest around 6.6 billion. And I will come to crop science and spend more time there. So you will see how much we spend, what are our focus in crop science later. But this is kind of giving you a overall picture. And we are currently over 1 lakh employees across 3 divisions across 84 countries, Jax. Yes. So, and as I forgot here. So one of the oldest companies, right? And even in India also. So we are there before independence, long time before independence, right? 127 years. Couple of years back, we celebrated 125 years of Bayer in India. So Bayer Cross, Bayer brand is a pretty household name. And I'm sure some of the old brands which we have discontinued like Baygon, that's also associated with Bayer. Okay. So coming to the crop science, which we'll spend more time on. So crop science, we have headquartered in Germany, Mannheim, and we have around 25 billion sales coming from crop science. If you see the total sales, more than half comes from crop science, and pharma and consumer health contributes to around 48-45% of our overall revenue. And we are around 34,000 employees, and we invest around 2.9 billion in R&D, and again more than 10%, and which you will see in my next slide, right? So we are more than double investing close to our next competitor. So that is why we kind of stand out in the crowd in terms of cutting edge innovation, newer technologies bringing to the marketplace to drive the customer benefits, but at the same time protecting the environment. And in Bayer, we have around 7,700 R&D employees. And what I want to call out is collaboration. So Bayer alone can't do everything and anything. So this is where we seek the partnerships, opportunities to collaborate. There are a lot of avenues which we will discuss later through Leaps, the Life Hub, and a few other opportunities to kind of come together and drive the agenda. So last year, we have kind of commercialized over 500 hybrids across row crops, predominantly corn, soybean, vegetables, as well as rice and wheat, as well as we have around 12 biotech traits are under development. On ground floor, we have a biotech lab, state of the art. Bindu is here, so who is leading that lab. So we support the biotech agenda for the region as well as some of the projects in the global, our portfolios. And we have also around 250 crop protection products across insecticides, fungicides, herbicides, seed growth, biologicals, are being kind of moved across our pipeline. And this is kind of an interesting area for us. This is what fuels the growth for the company and helps farmers to drive the value. So having said that, let me switch to the next topic, sustainability and regenerative ag, right? So I need not explain this to all of you, just to kind of refresh your memories. On one hand, we have growing population, so which is going to reach 10 billion by 2050. So we need to feed more with less. I think somebody was saying, right? So produce more with less. And this is where it's becoming challenge. And more than that, in recent past, we are polluting and degrading the environment. So it could be the topsoil. So if you see here, some of these statistics are scary, right? By 2050, 90% of soil would be degraded. And you all know how difficult and how many years it would take to get the soil layer formed. So it's very important for us to protect the environment and at the same time meet the ever increasing demand for food, but also not the quantity, but also quality of food. And this is where our mission of hunger for none and in food for all comes into picture. So moving on, so what are our sustainability commitments? Every company will have their own commitments, as somebody said, linked to SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations. So everybody has their commitments. So Bayer's commitments are pretty simple, 30, 30, 100. So what we call is 30% reduction of greenhouse gases per kg of crop produced by 2030, and reduce 30% of impact from crop protection products by 2030, as well as reach 100 million smallholders, especially low and middle income countries, LMIC. So, and APAC is one of the focus areas when it comes to having those a smallholder commitment. But at the same time, recently we have also introduced a commitment around water. So water is becoming more and more a challenging topic. So this year during a New York water conference, UN conference, Bayer made it public that we are going to improve the water productivity by 25%. It is not only reducing the water, but at the same time, water per unit drop, we need to increase the productivity. So I'll spend more time on this, especially when it comes to rice, which is a water guzzler, right? So we need to be watchful and careful when we simply drive the aim of producing more, but without looking at these aspects. But at the same time, we are also mindful of product stewardship, biodiversity, soil health. In some areas, for example, in South America, the Amazon jungles are cut and they are converted into soybean cultivation. So Bayer is not for such things, so we don't encourage, and we educate the farmers and we engage with policy makers to ensure such things does not happen. And even in our neighbors, you would have seen in Indonesia, a lot of the oil palm is being kind of expanded by cutting the jungles and forest areas. So biodiversity is very, very important for us. So moving on, so yeah, before I go further, so if you have any comments, suggestions, feedbacks, please do let us know. So that's how we can also incorporate them into our plans, and it would help us. So going forward, I'll spend some time on regenerative agriculture. And I'm sure if you Google it, you will get dozens of definitions, right? And no definition is right or wrong. But for us, since our customers are farmers, so for us, our definition of regenerative agriculture revolves around outcome-based. For farmers, what matters is yield or return on investment. What's in it for me, right? So if you go with fancy strategies and if it does not resonate, end of the day, it doesn't make sense. So that is why our the definition is outcome based. Second keyword I would say is solution oriented. No single product, no single technology can serve the purpose. So we need to bring in and what we call tailored solution. Understand the farmer's pain points, which can differ from place to place, region to region, and their affordability can also differ. And accordingly, you stitch together a kind of a solution which resonates and meets their needs. And the third important one is flexible framework. So though these are the 6 outcomes which we are chasing, it does not mean that we need to tick all those 6 boxes to qualify this solution is a regenerative solution for a particular set of farmers or a particular crop. So it depends, again, what is important, what is needed in that geography, in that place, and then you bring it. So when it comes to these outcomes, so definitely yield and productivity, the social and economic well-being, soil health, the overall greenhouse gas reduction, and maintaining the biodiversity and water. So these are our 6 outcomes with which we drive our regenerative ag focus. So with that background, yeah, before I move forward, a quick distinction between sustainability and Regen Act. So sustainability is, again, I like that word somebody said, produce more with less, right? So, but that will not sustain us in long future. So we need to kind of produce more with less, but at the same time, we need to restore things which we have already degraded, which we have already polluted. It could be soil, water, environment. And this is where all these components come into picture. And this is why just 4 months back, again, Bayer chose the path of Regen Act. And we had lots of external consultation with a lot of food companies like PepsiCo's, Nestle's. So when they kind of source the food from the farmers, what resonates with them? So we kind of mapped all those and then selected those 6 outcomes and then started working around this and putting a framework of Regen Act. So with that, let me move to rice, right? As I said, rice is our candidate crop to drive all our sustainability agenda, 30, 30, 100, whether it's a greenhouse gas reduction, whether it is the environmental protection reduction, or at the same time reaching 100 million smallholders. And I'm sure we all eat rice 2 times or 3 times a day. And but at the same time, if you kind of go back and see how the rice is produced, so you would be really surprised to see how much of inputs and resources it takes, right? So I see here Malesh from Cultivate, the CEO of Cultivate, with whom we collaborate for the water project. And we came to know that around over 3,000 to 4,000 liters of water is being used for just to produce a kilogram of paddy, not even rice, right? So that's a huge quantity. So it's yeah, as it is said here, rice is life. So and you can see in India itself, 43 million hectares of land is being used for cultivating rice. So and millions of farmers are associated. So if we drive this change and drive this crop transformation of growing a sustainable way of growing rice, I think we would make a big service to farmer communities as well as the environment. That's why Bayer has chosen rice as the crop when it comes to sustainability agenda in APAC. So today, yes, as I said, rice is not grown in a very sustainable manner. So you can see 12% of global anthropogenic methane emission, which comes from a single crop rice. And you can see it's a labor intensive. You have to raise nurseries, then transplanting, and generally these transplanting are done by women labor. So it's a drudgery, right? So back breaking exercise. So and water, huge quantity. And it degrades the soil, physical, chemical, biological properties, hard pan formation, puddling of rice, the paddy. So it's really a bad situation. And if we want to continue to consume rice and continue to cultivate rice, this is not the way to cultivate rice. So we need to really change it. And this is where I think all what important comes is, I think I would like to again quote Mahatma Gandhi's quotation, right? So if you give me rice, I'll eat today. But if you teach me how to grow rice, I will eat every day. To ensure we give rice to eat every day, this is not the way to cultivate rice. So how should we do, right? And what we should do. And this is where I need all of your support and participation to drive this change. So it should be powered by innovation. So a couple of years back, somebody was asking, so can we really drive the transformation, especially in terms of direct seeded rice, DSR, what we call. So is DSR possible? So if you would have asked me a couple of years, maybe I would have put a question mark. But today, with confidence, I can say yes. Because the entire innovation and the R&D, the technology is changing and revolving around this. It could be newer hybrids, which are designed and tailored for DSR purpose. Earlier, it was developed, those varieties for transplanted. then it is a trial and error in direct seeded rice conditions, but now not, including Bayer. 100% of our breeding is kind of dedicated for DSR. That's a big shift. Similarly, newer technologies are coming, right? So the weed management or the tailored solution or the gene editing, genome editing, right? So biotech, there were lots of question marks when it comes to food crops like rice. But in India, the SDN 1s and 2s, we have the relaxation from government of India. Similarly in Philippines, similarly in Indonesia, in many countries, genetic engineer, the gene editing, gene editing is been given some relaxation. So we could use those technologies, platforms to drive the innovation in the rice space. Similarly, next important thing is it should be kind of enabled by digital. So when you think of millions of smallholder farmers, physically you can't connect with them. So we need to connect digitally, and smartphone penetration in rice areas, cultivating areas, is 70%. Can you believe it? Right? So that is the kind of truth in the farm economy today. So that is why the digital becomes an important component. And I see Banu there, you can talk to him. So he is one of the persons from our Bayer team who is heavily involved in farm rice. It is a dedicated digital customer facing application for our smallholder farmers. And when it comes to sustainability, it should be grounded in sustainability. So it is not just producing more with less, but also we need to preserve our environment. And last but not the least important thing is partnerships. So again, I stress upon importance of this. So if you have any solutions, if you know somebody having some solutions who can help us, please let us know, and we would like to collaborate. Right? And one example, again, I quote, is Malesh from Cultivate. So yes, so maybe a bit more, I'll take just 5 more minutes, Jack. So the partnerships and collaboration, very important. This is my last topic, and Anik asked me to cover, and this is what Anik and team is leading here, what we call a platform called Life Hub. So as it says, this is for solving the regional challenges, right? So it is not just for global. So it is for the region, for the countries, what's important here and how we can collaborate and drive. And if you see here in the map, there are different life hubs in different regions and different countries having their own priorities. It could be biotech, horticulture, or newer, smaller molecules from crop protection domain for Europe, or it could be the having a startup space in our California Life Hub. Similarly, in Bangalore, we are focusing on smallholders and sustainability, which I'll explain in my next slide. So please reach out to Anik and team and explore how you can join hands, explore this opportunity. And when it comes to the Life Hub, this is the only Life Hub which just started few months back in Bangalore, which represents APAC, is fully concentrated on smallholder farmers. And 3 priorities or focus areas for us is digital and sustainability. Bangalore, there is no dearth for digital innovation startups in this, right? So please come and join us. And second one is sustainability. So if you have any solutions which can be utilized in rice for quantifying rice, remote sensing, or remote way of quantifying how much of methane we can reduce, how much of nitrous oxide we can reduce, please let us know. Second one, very important one, is the university connect and building that relationships with the students. So JAGS is doing a great job connecting with schools in many villages. So similarly, the team here, biotech team, and Anik again is really passionate about this agenda to really drive the science thinking in young minds, right? And also kind of this is also creating a lot of hackathons, what we call, and giving a project, giving a problem, and asking them to solve that, right? So especially in the IT world. So this is also very, very important. And also it's a source for us to get the bench strength or the talent. And last but not the least is to promote science and transparency. Where is Arjun? So Arjun from our public affairs team is here, right? So we want to have panels of stakeholders to have the dialogue to drive the innovation in ag space. So it could be newer technologies like gene editing. Though government is relaxing, there are still apprehensions in the societies. So how we can really engage with scientists, stakeholders, policymakers, so that everybody understands, right? And also having that kind of a dialogue, it helps. And sustainability is also very important for us. So let me quickly move to the second one, that is second avenue is leaps. This is also one of our big ones. From global Bayer. And this is not only for agriculture, it is also for pharma and consumer health. So we have shortlisted these 10 areas where we need more innovation. And you can see there, Bayer has already invested over 1.7 billion across last 7 years under these themes, which could be a cancer or a sustainable way of producing rice, or it could be a plant source for meat, right? Or it could be the brain related Alzheimer's or Parkinson's kind of diseases. So a lot of cutting edge research is happening. And this is just to give you a snapshot of our current partners in ag space only. So these are the those leaps, 4 leaps, which are catering the ag space. And Pairwise is the company. Tom Adams is leading this Pairwise, and we are partnering with that, who are involved in gene editing. Similarly, you may know John Purcell. So Unfold is a vertical farming company. So Temasek, Singapore is investing a lot in this. So and similarly, you can see that this is the vegetable meat production. So soil analysis and soil characterization, the earth optics. So you can see a kind of various themes which are important and where Bayer is heavily investing. And I would encourage you to go through the LEAPS website and see where you can connect to and explore this opportunity. I think this is my last slide. So thank you very much. Thank you. So any questions or any comments? I think we are running out of time. Maybe, sure.
Maybe we start with one question. So for the 17 SDGs.
Out of the 17 SDGs, if you look at from a global point of view, which SDG, the SDG committee is confident that we're actually doing something about it? I mean, doing something is fine, but at least reaching that stage where we are comfortable with that.
Yeah, good question, Jack. So I missed putting that slide. So out of those 17 SDGs, which are those SDGs our Bayer's commitment of 30-30-100 linked to or relate to? So whenever we kind of come up with any metrics or any progress around our commitments, we run it through a lot of the external experts. And it is not internal data or claims. So they analyze our products based on third-party available data, and they certify, yes, basis your actions over last 4 years or 2 years, you have reduced this much of environmental impact on coming from your crop protection products because of better innovations, having less residues left, having less residues in MRLs of our products, produce what we eat. Or it could be the safer way of cultivating crops with introducing biologicals, integrated pest management. It is third party who analyzes our data, who analyzes our products, and they give us and they tell us. It's not internal one. But maybe I can share more details how we do and how we validate those things, checks. Yeah.
Any more questions?
So if you have any, yes, please. Any suggestions, you can give it to us during break also. Yes, please.
Basically, this DSR, what you are proposing, definitely from the water consumption reduction is a very powerful one. But how it is really help the farmer?
Yeah, good point, sir. So, as I said, 2 years back, if you would have asked me, I was also not very comfortable because of the reason that when it comes to farmers, what it matters to them is yield and return on investment. What's in it for me? Greenhouse gas, water, it's all secondary because in many of our states, electricity is subsidized, water is free. Who cares, right? So that is why we need to first ensure there is no yield penalty. There is no cost, exorbitant cost of our technologies, what we offer. And if we get them on those two hooks of yield and return on investment, and then these are all cherry on the cake bonus. For you, me, and for all of us, environment sustainability is very, very important. But farmers, it would take some time to understand, right, how they are also kind of contributing and how they are preserving their lands to their next generation, their sons and daughters. So they are also passionate, but immediately they look yield and return on investment. So we kind of blend these things. So hard benefits as well as softer benefits so that we can drive this change. But you are right.
Anybody else? Any points, any questions?
Please.
Along with these two benefits, what Kamath mentioned, we're also working with farmers in Punjab and Uttar Pradesh. So when they're doing DSR, when they save water, it leads to reduction in carbon emissions. So right now we started onboarding the farmer, but probably 12 to 18 months down the line, they'll start getting financial benefit. That's going to be a long-lasting thing. Yes. Thank you.
There are no more questions. Thank you very much, Kamath, for an excellent overview and very lucid presentation. It's always a pleasure to hear Kamath, very calm, but there'll be so much of content. And also thanks for telling us about the LEAPS website and also where opportunities can be found for partnerships. Hope it will fruit, there will be such things in the future. So thank you very much. And with that, I invite Anik to introduce Dhanlakshmi to us. Our Dhanu. I find it so difficult to say your full name. I'm so used to Dhanu.
Okay, it's my pleasure to introduce. Okay, it's my pleasure to introduce Dhanalakshmi. By training, she's a plant physiologist, expert biotechnologist, has been working in the biotech area for about 15 years, I think. And about 6 years ago, she changed gears, and now she's leading the CSR efforts in India. So, Dhanu, over to you. So she'll give an overview of what Bayer is doing in the CSR space.
Thank you, Anik. It's not. You here. I'm very happy to be sharing about the CSR initiatives of the organization. So just a little bit more before I get into some of the details.
There's something we touch in it. So
Yeah, that's what I'm also figuring out. Apologies for that. So Kamath made life a lot easier for me by introducing the organization. Okay. By introducing the organization, what we do in terms of the 3 major divisions that we have and all that. So it's much simpler for me. And Kamath also did mention that, given that we have 3 major divisions, we have about 7 different entities in the organization. And all of you know about Bayer Crop Science, Bayer Pharma and all that. So all these entities need to undertake social commitment, and that is the law of the land. And India is probably the only country that has a CSR law in place. So, we need to spend 2% of the organization's profits on CSR. And this social commitment for Bayer is done through Bayer Foundation India. So Bayer Foundation India was established in 2011. In 2011. The foundation was established in 2011. It's a Section 8 company and a not-for-profit organization. So, being a foundation, we are governed by, a lot of stringent laws and guidelines, and that's why we try to keep ourselves away from the business. So we need to have an arm's length from what the business does. So our initiatives are, while there is a bit of overlap, I would say, in terms of the beneficiaries that we look at, and this part of the strategy, but by and large, the projects that we do are very different from what the business does. So I think for us to be able to do our social commitment, we have a very focused strategy in place. We do not do projects, on an ad hoc basis or just like that. We have a very well-defined strategy as to how we approach our projects and design our projects. And this is very well aligned with both the global priorities as well as India priorities. So if we look at the concentric circles here, the one in blue, that is the core of the concentric circles. So that core represents the global strategy. And Kamath also mentioned about our vision of health for all, hunger for none. So our social projects are also revolving around the vision. So whatever we do needs to be aligned with health for all, hunger for none. And the third component we also add here is science for better. So there are a lot of our projects that we do where we promote science, and we'll talk about that. So now that core is also aligned with, or rather I would say, the national priorities that we have, that the government of India has called out as a nation. So that is very well aligned with the global priorities. So if you look at the 4 areas that the government has called out, health accessibility. So health accessibility fits in very well with the health for all, as well as the nutritional security. So these are 2 areas of the Indian government that fit into the health for all component. And when we look at hunger for none, it is the food sufficiency that India as a region is working very closely on. And the third component is livelihoods. And we've put livelihoods under science for better because livelihoods, we are working on two projects, the STEM education as well as skilling projects. And both of these fit in very well with the livelihoods part of it. And that's why it's under the Science for Better. So that brings us to, the outer circle that we see. This is the three thematic areas of our CSR: rural development, preventive healthcare, STEM education, and community engagement. And the reason we've combined STEM education and community engagement is because a lot of these projects are done in and around our office locations. So what we have done is we are doing projects in and around our office locations as well as in locations away from our offices. Most of the organizations you would see, if you look at their CSR projects, it is all in and around their office locations. We are one of those very few organizations who work away from our offices as well. And that's where I'm coming to the next part, the aspirational district focus. Many of you may know that Niti Aayog in 2019 came up with this aspirational district. They had a very nice report which put out all the districts in India. They mapped the districts in India on multiple indices: the education, the economy of the district, the health, as well as the financial component. And based on these parameters, they ranked the districts from 1 to whatever. And they picked out the last 115 districts, which they called as aspirational districts, or those districts that need to be improved through social commitment or other means as well. And very proud to say that, we are one of those few corporates working in the aspirational district areas, which is why for us, collaborations become a little bit of a challenge. The second piece also is how we do identify where we want to do the social projects. One is given, of course, in and around our locations, but beyond that, how do we choose the aspirational districts where we want to work? We can't work in all the 115. Budget is always a limitation, so we need to pick and choose. So to do that, we use two indices again. One is the human development. So they again look at multiple parameters: health, education, finance, and the economy of the region. And based on that, we choose states that are very low on the Human Development Index. And over that, we layer our business revenues. We work in districts which are low on the development index, but either have good potential for our business or our business is already doing well. So that the community connect that we have in those districts would be better. So that's how we choose the districts. The third component is women focus. All our projects are designed to have more and more women participation. Either it could be getting more and more girls into school or getting more and more women farmers into the FPO model that I'll talk about. So at least 50 to 60% of participation in our projects is with women. And then comprehensive solutions to the communities, which I'll talk about in the next slide, and the unified community engagement approach. So we have multiple locations across the country, be it office locations, production locations, or manufacturing locations. Well, each location has its own, they want to do their own community engagement efforts. That is always there because the need of the community is so diverse. India is such a diverse country. So each community has their own needs. But what we thought was if we do projects that way, we would not reach scale, we will not reach the impact that we want to see because all our projects are impact driven, outcome driven. So what we decided was we'll have a common approach across all our locations. So that is that piece. And of course, collaborations and partnerships. We are a very lean team. The CSR team is just 3 of us. So all of 20 plus implementing partners that we are working with today in multiple spheres, and with them, we partner with them, and they execute the projects for us on ground. While the monitoring, evaluation, and assessment happens from our team, the so the advantage or being a foundation, one of the advantages we have is we can work with NGOs, we can also work with for-profit organizations to execute the projects. And the last piece, of course, aligned with the SDGs. So these are some of the SDGs, that we contribute to from our CSR projects. So these are the 3 thematic areas that we spoke about, rural development. I'll spend probably a minute or 2 on each of the areas. And before getting into the details, some of the guidelines that we've set for ourselves as we begin the projects or as we initiate the projects, one is to leverage the local stakeholders. It could be the government. Most often we try to work with the government because their blessing is always required. So that is the first thing. The second is the community where we are working. So how is it that we can support those communities in those locations? We look into their needs and then try to design our projects or evolve our projects better. And the third piece is ownership. So we do not believe in giving anything as a freebie, because what we've realized over the years is if you give something free, the value of it is not really felt by the community. So as a philosophy, we try to bring in a lot of ownership from the community, definitely not through a financial contribution, but more in terms of, let's say, if we are looking at, doing some water interventions, getting the community to support us with the constructions. Take a hand, put a hand in, constructing, let's say, the check dams that we are doing or the bunding that we are doing. So that's how we believe in partnering with the communities and getting them involved. So what happens is the project becomes more and more sustainable. They feel that, okay, we have contributed to it, so we need to preserve it or we need to keep it going. So that's how we, have the guidelines for our projects. So on the rural development, so we have 3 pieces here, what you see on the slide. The first is smallholder farmers. The business also works on smallholder farmers, but our model is completely different. So you all must have heard about farmer producer organizations. So today we have, I think, 10,000 in the past, and the government wants to add 10,000 more. But how many of us know how many of these FPOs are actually functional? If you look at the statistics, it's really alarming. We may have close to 20,000 FPOs today, but only 7 to 8% of them are actually functional. So what has happened is you have organizations like NABARD, SFAC and all that helped initiate the FPOs, and their support was for a period of 3 years. But after 3 years, they were not able to sustain, the FPOs were not able to sustain. So that was one of the gaps that we identified during the need analysis. And what we did was we started working with the dormant FPOs. So that is the uniqueness of our project. Again, happy to share, probably we are the only organization working on, dormant FPOs. Well, there are organizations who are creating more and more FPOs. We are trying to revive the defunct or the dormant ones. So what do we do in this project? We give them end-to-end solutions. We start off with soil health. We have deployed soil testing machines in the 40 FPOs that we are partnering with. And so that again goes back to our commitment of, preserving the soil health. So that's one piece. The second is FPO is an organization or a company by itself. So these FPOs need to be able to run the FPO like a company, but they do not have an idea of the governance, the laws that are required, the kind of guidelines that they need to follow. It could be as simple as getting the licenses for either an input enterprise or an output enterprise. So we give them the capacity building, starting right from the governance of an FPO, the digital literacy component, and the agronomy advisory. And finally, we follow it up with a bit of post-harvest initiatives in some instances and the market linkages. So that's the way we are providing the end-to-end solutions on the FPO. I'll just put up the map also. So alongside you can see, the spread of our CSR projects. We are present in about 8 states, 13 aspirational districts, and many more districts that are not aspirational as well. So the second piece I said, as we start our project, there's nothing that's cast in stone for us. We are very flexible and we try and bring value additions as the project moves forward. So what we have done as a value addition is the digitization piece that we are bringing to the farmers or the FPOs this year. We are helping them with a digital platform so that they can manage their shareholder data, their finances, and also be able to disseminate messages to the fellow farmers very quickly. And there's also going to be a module that will help them analyze the data and connect them to the markets. So that's the digitization piece. And water security. Water security, again, is a commitment that Bayer has made this year. So as part of CSR also, we will be working on water. And some of the interventions that we've already done is, some bore wells, regenerating. Again, that is a very different project. We are not digging new bore wells, but we are getting the bore wells that are defunct again to become functional. So injection bore wells is something that we are doing. And a lot of other community irrigation projects. So here again, we believe that more than going individual wise, if we go community wise, the impact would be much higher. So we do community projects like check dams, deepening nalas, widening nalas, bunding, and a lot of other such initiatives. So that's on the rural development. The second is preventive healthcare, which is a fairly big piece of the entire portfolio. I would say we are kind of 40% on rural development, 50% on preventive healthcare, and about 10 to 15% on the education piece. So in preventive healthcare, again, working with the government, we have set up 28 telemedicine centers. And the unique thing again here is we've tried to work with the government, and all the telemedicine centers are co-located in the primary healthcare centers. So, we are not creating a new infrastructure. We are not kind of creating a competition between the government and what we are doing, but we are trying to complement what the government is doing. So the community is getting the benefit of the specialist doctors right at the PHC. They do not have to travel, to the district hospital. And all of us, it's a known fact that, at the primary healthcare centers, there are no doctors. Or even if a doctor is present, he or she goes there once a week or twice a week. So that's how we have been able to enable access to health to the community. And it's quality health because there are specialist services right at the PHC. And we also do a lot of health camps at these, telemedicine centers that we have. And these health camps are done not just for the community, but for the FPOs as well. So that is where we are giving comprehensive solutions to the community, because both these projects are running in the same district. So the community gets the benefit of the farming as well as healthcare. And this year we are doing an expanded NCD screening. So we all know non-communicable diseases, especially diabetes and hypertension is on the rise. Even in the younger population, it is seen so much. So that's where we are expanding the NCD screening, and we'll be screening close to 1 lakh population in the next 4 months. And awareness on nutrition. So this is a new project for us. So we will be spreading a lot of awareness on nutrition. And here we are partnering with our business team, because they will be supporting with the distribution of seeds, but we come in as the training partners. And in addition to that, there are a lot of value additions that we've brought in the healthcare. A simple example is, early screening for breast cancer. So there are digital devices that are available, which enable us to screen the community at a faster pace. And these are also devices wherein there is no risk of radiation. Unlike a mammography where, there is a risk of radiation, these digital devices provide us an advantage of screening early, no risk of radiation. And breast cancer, there's a cure for breast cancer if detected early. So here again, we are doing proactive screening of the communities. And we have multiple such point of care devices across all the telemedicine centers. The last piece is on education and community engagement, because the education initiatives are done in and across our communities. So what we are doing here is, again, science is something. Bayer is driven by science. A lot of innovations that happen. So we are again working with Niti Aayog, the Atal Innovation Mission, and we've adopted 125 Atal Tinkering Labs. So what Atal Innovation Mission team has done is, over the last 5 years, they have set up 10,000 Atal Tinkering Labs across multiple schools across the country. So we adopted 125 schools, and the number 125 you see is to commemorate 125 years of Bayer in India. And so these schools are again spread across, multiple locations. And we try to build that scientific temperament in the children. They are given the labs, they have the 21st century equipment in the labs, but the know-how is missing. So that is where, we come in as a partner and provide the capacity building both to teachers as well as students. The other program that we have here is a fellowship program. This is a one-time fellowship program for, again, 125 students. We have 100 masters and 25 PhD students across areas of life science and pharma, agri and pharma. So again, this project has been designed slightly uniquely. We have about 70% of the awardees as girls. And 10% of the awardees are students with physical disabilities. So that's how this program has been designed. And one point I missed mentioning on the Atal Tinkering Labs is we have 50 schools that are all girls schools. And most of these schools come from Andhra Pradesh. And the last piece is we are piloting a couple of projects this year on skilling in manufacturing as well as skilling in healthcare, because those are gaps that, again, we identified through a need analysis. And this is also to show you how we are spread across in terms of, the states where we operate. What I also would like to call out here is, during COVID times, we did a lot of activities, immediate relief, if I can say so, to the communities. But we wanted to go beyond that. We wanted to enable the communities to be able to get access to health even post-COVID. It should be an everyday health feature. So that's where we've set up 5 oxygen plants in 5 different states. And it's about 1.5 years since these plants are running. And recently, we had an opportunity to visit a couple of the plants that we had set up. And we've got very good feedback from both the community as well as the government. So this is a snapshot of, the impact that we've been able to create. So I think I spoke about most of them. And what I really like here, is on the Atal Tinkering Labs, how some of these children have been able to put up innovative thoughts. So there's a competition that happens every year by the Atal Innovation Mission. And a lot of these students come up with very innovative thoughts and ideas. And some of them go to the next step of, getting a mentorship in some industries, and then slowly it goes to become a commercial product. So that's one piece. And for the Medha awardees or the fellowship awardees, the value adds that we are bringing into the program, it's not just the financial assistance that we are giving to these students, we are also helping them with how do they write a proposal, how do they write a scientific paper. So those kind of sessions are also happening, and we'll also be having sessions on intellectual property. So a lot of such value additions get into the project as the project evolves. And the key piece for both the ATL as well as the fellowship program is it's a good opportunity for our employees to be volunteers. And we have a lot of mentors on both the programs, employee mentors for both these programs. So all this good work that we do has to be out in the public. We need to, let the community know what we are doing. So this is a snapshot of how we use multiple media apart from the traditional media. We use a lot of social media to, talk about our projects and make the world know about it. And another point, last slide. The other point is very happy to also share that the telemedicine project this year won an award from the International Health and Wellness Council. So I'll stop there and thank you so much. Thanks, Anik, for the opportunity, and thanks, Jag.
I'll interrupt here from. Sorry, Shobha, just to, thank you very much. I think maybe as we are running out of time, one suggestion I have with permission from the Bayer team led by Anik is that since the coffee and tea is so easily available, so we'll not have a formal tea coffee break. We can just go grab coffee and save the time for discussions. Is that okay with everyone? Okay, so let's save that time. So fantastic talk on CSR. And then I'm sure we can pick up those discussions during the panel discussion, and we can, if you don't mind. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. We have I just want to introduce two more trustees who come and join here. Raja Mugasi Mangalam, where is he? Already gone a call. Okay, so he's the chairperson. And Naveen Kulkarni is here. Naveen, please stand up. He's one of the trustees of IBIOM. So that's Raja over there. He's the chair. You're not here, so okay. Okay, so we have about 10 minutes talk by a lot of the things that Bayer team mentioned is also being addressed by other companies like Creagen. And we have Dr. Basavaraj Girinova, who was supposed to be the founder CEO of Creagen. He could not be here because he had to go to the US. But in his place, we have Mr. Sridhar Gampala, who is here. You saw him last time. So Sridhar, maybe about 10 to 12 minutes, and then we will move on to other discussions. That you may not have heard before is that the tradition that we have set up in IBIOM is that to have this afraid of voice coming from that side, is that the tradition that we are trying to establish or institutionalize in IBIOM is to have a monthly meeting in a different venue. So about 6 weeks ago, I had come here and then they agreed, and then we already have invitations by 1 or 2 other places to have the forthcoming monthly meeting. So if anyone else here who has not hosted us, it's your chance to put in your name. Okay, thank you. Sridhar, 10 to 12 minutes, please.
Yeah, definitely.
Hold this here.
Yeah, but hold like this, no?
At the end.
Take it. Good evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, Jagdish, for giving this opportunity. And I really excited to know what Bayer is doing. Of course, I'm from agri industry from last 16 years, but really a lot of efforts has been put on the sustainability goals and CSR also. I think one needs to know this, what you guys are really doing. Okay, so I take 10 minutes. Basically, I'm from the Agri App as a CEO. Before that, I was with Coromandel for 16 years. Last 1.5 years, I was with Agri Tech company. Actually, the concept what we are talking is small farmers, how to create a sustainability and how digital will help them. So actually, I have not made a presentation on that, but Jagdish Mittu suggested me use my regular presentation, but I'll write the theme. Okay, don't think this is the graph presentation. I'll write the theme. So the important point I would like to talk from the farmer side, few points before getting into. So you all know, of course, we are from agri industry, but the facts are facts. There is a 14 crore farmers are in India. In that, 70% are small and marginal farmers. So they hold only 2 acres to 3 acres. This is the one fact, because he has given 10 minutes. I'll tell the facts, you reflect later, right? From the social angle, I think this is a little bit rebellious word I'll use. 70% of the people sacrificing and 30% of we are all living happily. This is a one more statement from the farmer side. So this is one side. And why farmer lives have not gone up till now, when we all, including software and all, were grown? The reason is only one. The right price for the output is not given. Okay. So in everywhere, for every product, there is a price. You know the bottle price. Everywhere price is there. The price is calculated after cost of production and the profit based on our companies, then price is fixed. But there is no fixation of price for your tomato or rice. There is no price. There is no mechanism, I think. Okay. Then who is at loss? And we all see farmer with the sympathy. Okay. But actually need is farmer is to be seen with empathy. I think these are the few things now all big industries are looking at. Then it is not the life of farmer has to be taken to next level. Now the time has come, we have to protect agriculture for our survival. I think this is the need of the hour. So from that concept, how agri-tech companies are trying to do few things, how big companies like Bayer and all supporting, are the few thoughts. Few things I will show, because in 10 minutes, I think you all know 2050 is going to be a global food shortage. That's what even Bayer has shown. But will this, our regular traditional way of doing agriculture, will solve the problem? Definitely no. Our traditional way of doing agriculture definitely will not show. So you know the reasons. I don't read out what are the causes for crisis. But the solution is 3. Agri-tech, precision agriculture, and agri-automation. These 3. So I think these are the problems. Generally, we look at, farmer is being exploited by retailers, dealers. This is what we hear, right? But if you look at the theme totally, not just farmer, entire agri ecosystem has been suffering. So if you want to get this to happen, not just farmer, entire agri ecosystem is to be supported to move the ladder up. Okay, you can have a look. What are the various problems of the farmer? Because in 10 minutes, so just I'm not reading that. So main point is climate risk, crop losses, lack of finance is one of the biggest problem. Limited market linkages, lower yields is the thing. But you see right side, interesting point. Dealers, also the small traders, they have a limited reach, high working capital, limited market intelligence, lack of technology. Even companies like Bayer and all companies also suffer with supply chain inefficiency, lack of access to end customer, and the credit risk. Okay. So what I want to say, okay, I'll not get into agri-app presentation. These all three problems have to be solved. Then only the output will go to the next level. So from this point of view, actually, the agri-techs are playing the major role. Definitely, agri-tech and fintech collectively playing the major role in bringing this. So agri-tech, if you ask me, I will call into two parts. Bringing tech to the agriculture. So bringing tech to the agriculture always, bringing tech to our lives is always there. When I'm talking the mic is a tech. When I'm talking the mobile is a tech. Tech always is there. But now the add-on is the digital. So for the traditional businesses, if you add tech with digital, then we are at a different level. So this is the simple theme I will say, what is agri-tech, okay? So you see here, if you see, the tech side, okay, I'll read this way. So the farmer challenges, all agri-techs, I'm not talking about agri-app is one among that. What they're going to solve is the agri-app solution, is the inputs and convenient online purchasing platform. That is a digital solution. Then it's direct farmer and buyer connection with output connections. Then organizing fintech solutions to the farmer. You know, the farmers are given always 1 lakh loan, and after that there is no loan facility. So there is no CIBIL score. So then how the finance comes to the farmer is a big question. So many of the local lenders will charge 24 to 36%. Okay, I think I read recently one article. What is the cost of finance? If you want to get a car of 1 crore, your cost of finance is 9% or 7%. When you buy a tractor, what is the finance? The cost of finance goes to 16. So he has asked a very wonderful question. For rich people, you are charging 9%. For poor people, why you are charging 19%? So I think these are the few things we all have to reflect. So fintechs are coming forward, taking the lead from the banks. Now the banks like SBI, all guys do not have a right product to give to the farmer. Now fintechs are taking lead. Of course, the startups have their own challenges to solve the problem. But soon we realized these young entrepreneurs are going to solve many of the problems. Okay. So of course, there is a weather solutions, weather forecast, and crop advisory, few other, all agri-tech solutions, really agri-tech startups are doing. Agri-app, we one among them, we also started all these initiatives. Of course, in the dealer challenges, mostly the digital solution is solving the problem rather than tech solution. So there are the, say for Karnataka, if you take, there are 20,000 retailers. So then the companies are trying to reach all the retailers, but there is no single platform to bring all 20,000 retailers onto one platform so that the supply chain inefficiencies are addressed. In Agria, we are trying to create a platform wherein connect all retailers to the wholesalers and to the company. So I think these are the problems, what we are trying to through Agria. We are creating the digital ecosystem platform where we have our vision connecting soil to soul, in the sense we need to connect to the soil as humans, but the connect is through agri-tech and making crops happy. So with this theme, we are working as a team of around 100 people. We are trying to add value to the agriculture. So this is the theme of AgriApp. As I said, many companies are doing. We are a little bit different. So we want to touch base this all 4 partners. Farmer, we want to give advisory. We are selling inputs. We are organizing finance, and we are advising the farmer on the crop. At the same time, second touch point we created is output buying. We sell inputs, we provide advisory, but we buy from output as well. Then when it comes to dealer, we provide channel finance, we provide inputs, and we also supply inputs to them. And manufacturers like Bayer and other companies, we are ready to provide customer access, farmer access to the company. Then we are onboarding fintech companies or finance companies to provide the finance to the farmer. Basically, what I am trying to say, AgriApp emerging as a digital partner for all. So wherein we connect all the things to the farmer. So the company started by Dr. Basuraj as chairman, and I had a CEO, and many good guys have joined with us. We are working together to create an impact. So if you see 2022-23, we have 8 lakh registered users, 2.6 million app downloads. We have 4.2 rating in Play Store, and we have done around 5 crores orders. We started in 2016. So these are the few services we offer, of course, e-commerce, and we provide satellite insights to the farmers. If the farmer geotag his farm, so he gets automated messages to him, what is the condition of the crop with the color indication. It helps to understand whether right nutrition is there, or any crop has got affected with the pest. I think these are the satellite imagery. We have drone services. In few places, we are supporting farmer with the drone spraying and services. Crop calendar is one feature we give it to the farmer. It supports in the crop planning. In the same way, package of practices what farmer is supposed to do. And we have a call center with 30 people, headed by Amita. We provide a call center. We provide a free advisor to the farmer. Soil testing lab, we have one of the best soil testing lab. We are providing few agri loans also to the farmer. So this year we have done well, sir. As of now, we have done around 40 crores turnover. Last year we have done 8 crores. We are going well with 26 app download. We have 2 lakh active monthly users on the platform.
AgriApp using digital services.
Yeah. And we onboarded basically here, the difference between many other startups and we onboarded dealers as well. Rather than we want to supply inputs to all, we only take the orders from the farmer and push the order to the dealer. From the dealer, the product goes. So we want to be ecosystem player rather than just replacing the dealer from the network. Of course, this is the potential. You see left side, Indian agri market is at $300 billion. With 7% CAGR, it is going to grow $600 billion. And global market is 1.4 trillion to 1.9 trillion. So here actually, we have seen in the life, sometimes what we see as a weakness will emerge as a strength. Say at one point of time, we know highest population is a bigger problem. Today, many countries are suffering with the lack of population. So India and China is emerging as right? So in the same way, always there is a problem. Our yields are very low compared to US and China. We are 50% lower. But now that is emerging as an opportunity. When by 2050, when global food shortage is expected, we need productivity. And US, China already reached that. So India has to work. So our weakness will emerge as a strength. Okay. So I think these are the few things. I think that time is. So these are the few things what we are doing. We are connecting with farmer, dealer, output linkages, precision agriculture, crop advisory. Few things in pilot stage, few things in the scale-up stage. Actually, one difference what AgriApp we have, many agri-tech companies started by engineers, whereas engineers learn the agriculture. But here we are agri guys doing some engineering and tech. So these were some differentiation. So we understand the depth, what we are doing. So we have a parent company called Creagen, which is biologicals and organic fertilizers. We get advantage of taking that products and supplying to the farmer. So I think this is the one interesting slide. I think we all know farmers don't use mobiles, farmers don't do that. But you see, there is a 14 crores farmer. As of now, 10% of the farmers are digital usage is there. But we realized around, I think 55% of the farmers have smartphones. But this utilization of apps is difficult, but everybody is using YouTube. So, okay, slowly this will come. So you see one interesting thing I'll tell you. These are the different companies. I'll look, for me it is a competitor, but for all of us education. So you will see AgroStar, the company, has done 263 crores revenue, but valuation is 231 million. Means 8 times. It is a 1600 crores valuation with a 231 crores business. Our old companies, traditional companies will not have. With the loss of 142 crores. I want to only read this. The company has done 263 crores turnover with 142 crores loss. Generally, Bayer in all places, I work in Coromandel, the last division is closed immediately, right? Okay. But whereas 142 crores loss company valued at 1700 crores and investors are investing. The point what I want to drive, this is the future. This is the future. I think definitely we want to be one among them, but we are working with a different model. I told the difference between us and tech companies, we know depth. So we are working on the profitability also. So our Jagdish Mittor also one of our advisors. He continues to give few inputs for us. I think this is what we need all your wishes to make this company grow. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sridhar. So I think Bayer team can already see a lot of synergies there and maybe a lot of gaps where you both can come together to make it better or even better for everybody. Okay, hopefully you'll have good chance. I insisted on Creagen team coming here so that they make a good connection. I made sure that Amita, our head of the R&D, and also crop sciences team, crop advisory team, and Sridhar, who is a new addition to Creagen about 1 year ago, they're here. So now there's just one more presentation. After that, there's going to be a panel discussion. And for the panel discussion, we want undivided attention by all of you. Okay, so please make sure when you go get coffee and biscuits and all that, you make sure you're present here, just as a matter of encouragement to people who actually want to make a few points. So for about 5 to 10 minutes, Naveen Kulkarni, one of the trustees, will be talking about a little more detail with the presentation, right, on IBIOM, and then let's get ready for panel. So those of you who want to take a break, you've already heard something about IBIOM, with no disrespect to Naveen Kulkarni, if you want to get coffee, but I don't want any disturbance when the panel discussion is going on. Senthil Kumar, is he here? Okay, Senthil, I'm sorry, I missed it. Senthil is here, he's the moderator. And with all due respect to Senthil and all the panelists, we must make sure that we listen to them and ask questions later on for clarification. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I think it's almost getting dark with clouds looming around. I don't think I have to talk a lot about this. We've spoken about IBIOM practically in every meeting, and I see a lot of familiar faces, except a couple of them, maybe from Bayer, who are here for the first time. Still, it's my honor to make this introduction to those who have not heard about it. IBIOM is a platform that was created to support and strengthen startups and MSMEs, micro, small and medium enterprises. The birth of IBIOM happened about almost a year and a half ago now. And it's just a few like-minded people came together. A lot of like-minded people came together, started off as a WhatsApp chat group, and a few who were available at that point of time just got together and made it an entity. a legal entity as a foundation. So that's how it was born, and it was not exclusive to those who are here and not, living out who are not there. But the whole idea was that we wanted to get this going and create a voice. So the platform or the foundation is expected, or the vision is to make it as a platform to support and empower startups and SMEs, MSMEs, because there are a lot of other associations across in different fields. We have heard of NASCOM, we have heard of ABLE, and many more like FICCI and all of these. But there is very less representation of the smaller guys. And we see a lot of initiatives, policies coming in from government, but very less we see reaching to really the grassroots level. And that's these young, small, budding entrepreneurs and companies and so on. So with that, we, the trustees, I'll not name all of them. I think you all know most of them. The two new additions recently that has happened in the last quarter or so is Manish and Varsha. Varsha was here, she just had to leave, and Manish is here somewhere. Coffee, tea, I guess. Yeah, there he is. Okay. So how we run, or we need to maintain, we need to also survive, sustain. Although initially we started it off as a membership, but then we soon learned. You must have seen in the previous slide, we have our legal advisor, Mr. Kirit Javali. He told us, hey, you're not an association, so it's not exactly membership. So we survive on the basis of contributions and support from our members. And eventually we need to come up with a more sustainable way of doing things. But the first and foremost was to really show the existence and be a voice. And that's what has happened. And we have various packages and options available for contributions. And I really request all of you to please look into it, talk to us and support us so that we can do more. And what we have done a little in the past, we've heard that, but there is one quick recap of a recent BTS that we did. Not only that, I think you've been seeing, and just now even Jagdish mentioned, that we intend to have every month meeting. And although we've started this in Bangalore now, we've also been discussing this outside as well. In Chennai, we have Muthu, and then in Delhi, we have Kirit and Harkaran, and we plan to do all of this. One of the other things that's coming up in January, right? GIC, that's being held in Delhi, and we intend to do one IBIOM meet there as well. We are discussing and planning. So the overall idea and background is that we want to become a voice and take your input, your feedback, and then inform the policymakers, the decision makers in the government, and see what more can be done and how all the small and medium companies can be benefited. So we have Tech Summit already coming in, and I think many of you have already registered. So many of you have also agreed to put up your stalls in IBIOM lane. Good thing that has happened, although last year was the first, quick few pictures of IBIOM being hosted there. We had a lot of visitors, and that was our first officially as a group or as a representation that we made in Tech Summit last year. This year we have more coming. We did have a lot of friends meet up, and quite a lot of other companies who really had a great amount of fun. Going forward, I'll just skip some of these photos. We have the Tech Summit again happening in this week, coming week, and this time we are with a bigger bang. We have IBIOM Lane, and also it's really good to share with you that recently there's a skill development committee formed by the government of Karnataka, and there is now IBIOM as one of the members of the skill development committee, represented by Jagdish Mittur, and also a few of us IBIOM trustees are also the members, including Manish and myself. And we hope to collaborate and work with all of you and then contribute and develop things more. So who have not, I think there is still time, right, Jagdish, for BTS registration? Probably the last couple of days. So please register and then join us. Let's have some fun. We have a lot of visitors exclusively coming to IBIOM Lane, both from India and some various panelists. So please do visit and register. And those who have already registered, come and meet us. We'll be there. Hold on. So with this, I thank Bayer once again for giving us this opportunity and hope to work with you. Good thing that we just learned is even Bayer is a foundation, the CSR part, and we are a very, very young foundation. We're still, grappling and trying to understand the nuances of how a foundation should function and do things. Probably we'll get some learnings from you and work with you on some things in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Naveen. So we had one meeting. One of the meetings we had was at Naveen's place called Quantazyme in Baswangudi area, and there was a very successful one. That's when we'll actually launch the live streaming by Biotechnica. So let's, as everyone had I know as you were walking to the coffee, you would be hearing the voice from here. It's not that you didn't pay any attention, but as everyone had your coffee, tea, and everything. So let's. You want to? Okay. Okay, all right, yeah. Okay. Please. Relax, stretch your arms. Come to the front. Come to the front seats. Time to go through this panel session. The title of the panel session is Empowering Smallholder Farmers Through Technology in the Next 20 to 30 Years. We already had a few tips on that, but I think there's more to discuss and there's more to elaborate on. Hopefully, each of the panelists that we have chosen will be able to do so to some specific questions by the moderator. But before that, the structure of the panel is that each one of the panelists will be able to give maybe about 5 to 6 minutes of what they think, very high level points. And then based on that, Kumar, I'll introduce him later. So he'll be able to ask questions from his own perspective and from the perspective of what he has heard so far. So what I thought, talking to Shobha and others, is that how should this panel discussion be structured? So to me, what is microcosm of agriculture? To me, it involves 4 or 5 things traditionally, and of course, there are new things that are creeping in. So it involves plant production, right? In volumes, with quantity, with quality and all that. So we chose Dr. Sharan Angri to represent that because incredible number of experience with regard to plant. We don't have time to go through the CVs of all of them, but people know that Sharan has been a very highly recognized, accomplished plant breeder. So first thing that we get is plant production. So Sharan, please come, have a seat. I hope you all notice he's wearing a Bayer crop science jacket today.
I was part of Bayer crop science till 2014.
Yes. And of course, what's next? Once he produces, he gives the seeds to the farmers sow them, they grow, and then unfortunately, a lot of diseases occur. A lot of other stress factors come, biotic, abiotic, and so on and so on. And we have one of the leading champions of biocontrol, integrated pest management, the person who introduced BT cotton to India and also played a lot of prominent role in familiarizing genetically modified crops for Monsanto and in general about biocontrol, not just in India, but outside of India. And I have my predecessor or mentor, Dr. T.M. Manjunath. So please come. So we have Dr. Sharan Angri for plant production. We have Dr. Manjunath to make sure that crops are protected. And now we have plenty of yield. Now we need marketing, right? We need marketing. So we have either Amita Ganapati or Sridhar. Amita, are you not there? Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, I know, we have another one. Okay, all right. So Sridhar already has given an insight into digital marketing, and not digital marketing. And all that. And I have some more questions on that. Now, with all this done, as Bayer prominently mentioned, and also Creagen through him mentioned, the soil is getting degraded. We may not have enough good quality soil health to feed 10 billion people in about 20, 30 years or so. So we have Dr. Amita Ganapati, who is the R&D head of Creagen, to talk about what we should do and what we should not do with the soil. Okay. Now, one thing that Bayer did, finally I found a gap in Bayer's team, okay? And Creagen's team too, okay? What do you do with all the agricultural waste? There's so much waste. It's just getting dumped all over the place. It's causing pollution in Delhi, pollution in other cities. It's getting mixed up with non-organic waste like electricals and cell phones and batteries coming back to the field. So what should we do with that? And so far I've not heard. There may be some small-time efforts, but in terms of scaling up those efforts to really deal with agricultural waste. I don't think, at least maybe I'm not sure. It's not that it's happening. But we have a very young startup company called Trana Labs. And this person, Nitin Deshpande, is trying to come up with methodologies. It's a very new company. So don't bold him with too many hard questions. But he's coming with very interesting aspects where you can convert the waste into some sort of a wealth, at least to begin in the laboratory scale, and see how it can be scaled up later on. So he's going to say a few things about that. Nitin, you can say that. Okay, that's Nitin. And then we have so a lot of the urban people are getting bored of this urban life. It's too stressful, too complicated. But at least those people who have made got some stability through their urban employment, they said, let's go back to village, let's go back to farm. And then we have one banker, Shreyas Madan, who was a banker in which bank? Charan Cooperative Bank. He's a young man, and he will tell more about it. So he's experimenting in the last 2 years as what an urban guy like him can benefit from agriculture and what challenges did he face. Shreyas. And then do we have Mahesh? Is Mahesh here, Santhu? He couldn't come? You said you're going to bring on the farm. Very good. See, there is a true farmer. So he couldn't care less for this because the rain has come. He's got more work to do in the field. Enough of all these talks. So well done. Please congratulate him. Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. He's excused. So now I would like to introduce their moderator, Mr. Senthil Kumar, Dr. Senthil Kumar. Okay, I'll just read out what he sent me. A gold medalist in BSc, MSc, and PhD in agriculture, postdoctoral work in bioinformatics from Düsseldorf University, Germany, and NUS Singapore, served at ARS. ARS is? Okay, right. Government of India as a scientist, entrepreneur, farmer, and a consultant member in various boards like Agriculture Price Commission, Entrepreneurship Cell, etc., handling national and international funded projects. Bitten by skill bug, presently serving as Dean, Academic GPS Institute of Agriculture Management in Peenya, a specialized agricultural institution recognized by Bangalore University and Government of Karnataka under Section 66 of the Karnataka State University Act. Senthil, thank you so much for accepting this. And so they're yours. You take care of what you need to do then.
So welcome everyone. I'm here not only as a moderator, I'm a farmer, I'm a small-time entrepreneur. So with that, whatever the knowledge we acquired in this agriculture for the last 10 years, so that's why, I talked to Magasi Raja about handling of this moderator and everything. It's a very prestigious discussion that, the stalwarts are there in agriculture. But we have not done much about it. But I am into the agriculture skill ecosystem presently. So we'll come back to you that how this panel discussion will finally related to the agriculture ecosystem. So I invite Dr. Sharan Angadi. He's a crop production specialist. Has a lot of experience in seed production and mentored many wonderful breeders in India. Though he doesn't know me directly, but I followed him for a long time. What we are expecting from him is actually from the farmer's perspective, especially in the panel discussion level. So digital-driven agri-food ecosystem and how it is impacting the small farmer. We know that nearly 83% of Indian farmers are small and marginal. Though it is called as a small and marginal, small farmers will have 1 hectare land, right? Most probably. So less than 1 hectare is called, marginal farmers or whatever. But they constitute around 50% of this cultivation in the land. So 50% of the land is cultivated by these small and marginal farmers. And the middle level farmers, they are cultivating around 40%, and 1% of large farmers cultivating 10% of the land. So that's how the ICR data goes like this. So it's important to, we have to put a focus on the small and marginal farmers where they don't have much exposure they don't much have an opportunity for many things. That's how we are into that. And I request Sir to focus on the digitally driven agri-food ecosystem, or on the precision farming, resources use efficiency in the precision farming, and climate smart cropping plans. Then important is the profit economics for the small farmers, especially at the field level. Then a lot of other things have come, the natural farming or something, the permaculture. And what if you are shifting towards permaculture or organic culture towards that, then challenges in the adoption of digital solutions for the crop productions. So if you are enlightening that, that will be better. Thank you.
No, I think it's better because they have to record.
It's
At the end, all the way at the end, hold there. Okay, that's better.
Good evening, and I'm very happy to be here. As I said, I was part of Bayer Crop Science for about 22 years. Before that, it was something else, and different acquisitions and joint ventures happened. So I would like to start on a different note. So when I talk of solutions, I think of problems, right? So when it is problems, I think of mathematics. Somebody said mathematician, he is like a blind man looking for a black cat in a dark room where it is not there. I can draw a parallel. Why am I feeling that? Because a lot of things have been said. One advantage of talking after several speakers is all has been covered. My doubt is when we are talking of 20 to 30 years, the way the technology is emerging, I don't know what's happening in next 5 years. So how can I project or predict what's going to happen in 20 to 30 years? Dr. Sandel has already mentioned the list of topics which I am supposed to touch upon. In the 6 minutes, each one I get, I think, 1 minute. There are 6 topics, right? So I just thought, what can be the prediction? Predictions can always be very interesting. So I just looked at some expert predictions. I have made a note of that. I would like to read them. It says, a different trend is emerging in highly developed countries with more health-conscious population. See, funny part is I am developing a technology for a particular crop and the crop preference changes. He says with more and more awareness about health, people are more shifting more from carbohydrate or starchy foods to protein foods. I am developing a technology for corn. Then does that still become relevant? That was my question. And we are talking of small farmers. It says when older growers exit the business, there are fewer younger growers to replace them. As a result, consolidation will be significant and quick. And we are talking of smallholder farmers. And prediction is there will be a lot of consolidation. That means smallholder farmers will be more and more getting integrated into a consolidated bigger farms. Okay? Sorry. Yeah, I thought it's important to just go through the predictions and then I will briefly touch upon the topics which the moderator has assigned. Farming will go from one-man show to a medium to large-size business. As a farmer, it will be very complicated with a mix of multi-generational family members and hired employees. Farm consolidation will drive the need for more outside labor. High-tech solutions like robotics come to the rescue. The legal and regulatory issues surrounding robots must be bridged first. Then we are talking of 30 years, right? So it says by 2050, there will be gene-edited crops. And it will trigger a much wider variety. I think somebody talked about gene-edited crops already. Much wider variety of crops being grown. Gene editing will provide a greater variety of crops that can be grown by editing out traits, hampering widespread production. So given this prediction, are we still trying to understand or come out with technologies that can be relevant in 20 to 30 years? That was a doubt I had in my mind. I thought it is good to, and widespread adoption of precision technology that reaches down to the plant level can be expected. While prediction can shed light on the future, we are still 27 years away from 2050. A whole new generation of growers who are not yet born will be farming mid-century, and much will happen between now and then that we cannot predict. So that's a point I thought I can make. And he talked about digitally driven agri-food ecosystem. It already a lot has been said. What is it and what are the things and what benefits it can bring? What are the challenges? That's already mentioned. One point I want to make here is it requires active consideration of what assumptions about agriculture, environment, and society are put forward in documents that describe the digital agricultural revolution. Because all these predictions are based on certain assumptions. And those assumptions are difficult to meet and also difficult to make. Then precision farming, resource use efficiency, already it has been said. So I don't want to spend much time on that. And climate smart cropping plans. Always we have seen climate is getting smarter than us. We have some solution and something else happens. Okay. And it is we talk about resilient breeding, climate resilient crops. I worked in breeding, I'm a breeder by profession. So we talk of resilience, and by the time we develop something, something else happens. Weather patterns are changing, and we are being climate smart, and climate is smarter than us. So that's the challenge I think we are facing. The imminent threat of climate change emphasizes the emergence of climate smart agriculture. Yes, but then profit economics. You talked about profit economics of digital solutions. The traditional management of the field is extensive. Studies and estimates of critical size. When you talk of profit, you have to talk of critical size. And then critical size of digital agriculture replacing traditional agriculture, and sensitivity analysis to find the main factors. But the critical size varies for different management segments. I think that's what we need to keep in mind. Fixed costs of equipment, labor costs, water costs, and energy costs impact critical size largely. Digital agriculture tends to be more economical on large-scale farms. We are talking of small farmers here. So whether that is really useful or relevant, that needs to be understood. Permaculture, I think regenerative agriculture already Dr. Kamath spoke about, and it is slightly different. That's what I was just trying to understand. Regenerative agriculture operates on the principle of perpetual cycle of giving and receiving, and is committed to replenishing the resources with more than what is withdrawn. That's the point. But then, within this framework, diverse paradigms with distinct philosophies such as zero-budget natural farming and regen organic have evolved. Yet, permaculture stands apart by offering a comprehensive lifestyle approach, recognizing that our relationship with nature extends beyond mere food production. Whether there is demand for permaculture, I think that is yet to emerge as a more accepted theory or accepted technology. Then we have vision, and as it is said, vision is not seeing things as they are, but as they will be. Then coming last point, which you assigned me, challenges in the adoption. I think it's very easily, I think I don't need to emphasize on that. Farmers face several challenges when adopting digital solutions, including lack of infrastructure and connectivity, limited access to technology and digital skills, limited funding, data privacy and security concerns, inadequate regulatory framework, farmers' resistance to change, lack of collaboration between stakeholders, lack of awareness about the benefits of digital agriculture. And other challenges are like technological impact, budget constraints, culture mindset, and silos in the organizational structures. These things I thought I can just touch upon because in the given 6 minutes, 1 minute each, I have tried to consolidate. And those are the challenges. I think that's it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You outlined well. When the first point was saying that replacing the old generation with the new generation farmer, already the experiment was conducted in UK, maybe in 2017 or 18. So at the time, what has happened that most of the skilled laborers got retired and they got the pension. But unfortunately, what has happened that the skill of this, the older farmers have not reached the young generation. So now they are finding difficulty again what to do. So again, they have come to the point, come back to this, that mixing of these old farmers and young farmers, all those things are happening. Anyhow, we will have an elaborate discussions after once, everybody has shared their views. Next, actually, crop protection is an important aspect. There are huge loss in India. because of these pest and diseases, actually. So I'm inviting Dr. T. Manjunath, ex-director Monsanto Research Center, to talk about the sustainable strategist and cost effectiveness of IPM, integrated pest management at the smallholders level. The problem we are also facing in our farm, we are having around 120 acres of the land, and we are working on that. But unfortunately, the sustainable strategies, whatever we are planning, it is not working out. Of course, actually, we have to be in touch with the experts like Dr. Manjunath. And there are other things like importance of molecular targeting of pests for sustainable cropping. Maybe Bayer may have entered into that. A crop protection skill ecosystem, we are finding difficulty in that whatever the crop protections measures we are taking, whether it is skillfully executed at the farm level or not. That's a problem we are facing. And the digital application and sustainability, there are so many apps. In India, around 159 apps are there for plant protection or something like this. But every plant protection apps finally ends up with the chemical application of the fertilizer. So we find that, there is no proper integrated pest management found in the apps or digital, whatever the way that. So I just want to hear from Dr. T. Manjunath. Sir, please, sir.
Yeah. Dr. Jagdish Mittur, fellow panelists, distinguished participants, including Mr. Shekhar Suman. I'm very happy to be participating in this event. I found there are two key words that are included in this particular discussion. One is sustainability, and the other one is digital solution. Sustainability to me, Dr. Kamath, is self-supporting and long-lasting. That is the definition of sustainability. And then digital solution is nothing but precise farming. So these are the two words which we need to understand. And when it comes to agriculture, there are two important components. One is production, which Dr. Sharon Angadi has touched upon, and also the various other speakers. And the other one is protection. See, what we produce, unless it is protected, there is no meaning in it. So we have to protect what we produce. And in order to protect, because the topic given to me is plant protection, that was the subject given to me. And as an entomologist, I would like to highlight upon it. See, there are about 500,000 or 5 lakh insects that feed upon various crops that we grow. 5 lakh. Out of these 5 lakhs, 95% of them are kept below the economic injury level, or they are kept as minor pests. They are not even considered as major pests. It's only the 5% of the population that have escaped this economic threshold level, and they are causing us damage. And they are causing damage to the extent of 30 to 35% in spite of our using enormous quantities of chemical pesticides. And what is responsible for keeping the remaining 95% under check? This is, we have to understand. They are kept under check because of the biological control agents, which constitute parasitoids, predators, and pathogens. They keep the 95% of the pests under check. In spite of that, we are facing a problem. Just imagine if some more percentage of those pests have become problem, what would have been our fate? Probably we would have been left with no food to eat at all. It is here we need to recognize and acknowledge the contribution of natural biological control agents. Now, here is the challenge for us to conserve them so that the ecological balance is sustained. So that is what it means, sustainability. That means the responsibility on our part is to safeguard those biological control agents which are keeping the 95% of the pest under check. So this is what is called sustainability. So this is a responsibility. How can we conserve them? So this is what the next part of my deliberation would be. So we can conserve them by various methods. See, there are two approaches, major approaches for plant protection. One is chemical pesticides, and the other one, as I have already mentioned, biological control. So there is a conception, or there is a belief that biological control agents and chemical control, they are not compatible with each other. They are mutually exclusive. It is not so. If someone says that we can manage crop protection or crop production without chemicals, it is a fallacy. It is not truth at all. Chemicals are going to be a part of our agricultural operations. It's going to be a part of our agricultural production as well as protection. We need to understand this. So therefore, what is important on our part is, instead of considering them as incompatible, we should try to see how they can be made compatible. It is possible through the judicious application of chemical pesticides. We should apply chemicals, but it has to be very judicious so that we will be able to save the biological control agents, and also we should see how best we can integrate them. I'm going to give you a few solutions for this. First recommendation is at the farmer's level itself, or as the agricultural scientists, what we have to do is we should try to reach out to the farmers in as simple a message or in as simple a language as possible. We should advise the farmers to resist or desist from spraying contact insecticides. If he sprays contact insecticides, they not only kill the pests, but they also kill the biological control agents, which may be parasites or predators. So that is why the first message that we should convey to the smallholder farmer or even to the largeholder farmer, because the pests and diseases don't discriminate between the smallholder and the large farmers. The message is the same. So therefore, the first message is refrain from spraying contact insecticides because they kill not only the pests, but also the natural enemies. This is the first one. And the second one is don't spray insecticides indiscriminately. The normal temptation is, even if you say a few insects in the field, the farmers is going to spray the entire field. Even if you pick up and destroy them, that would have done the job. But they are so mentally tuned that they will spray the entire field. So that is why we have to be very discriminate in our spraying the insecticides. So this is the second message. And then how do we apply the insecticides? As I mentioned, we cannot completely disown the chemical insecticides, but there are methods by which we can apply the insecticide. At the same time, we can safeguard the biological control agents. The first one is we can use systemic insecticides. See, systemic insecticides can be applied in the soil, which will be absorbed by the plants. And the plant becomes, it will be harmful to the pests, but not to the natural enemies, because the natural enemies, that the parasites or predators, they don't directly come in contact with the insecticides. So therefore, apply or advise the farmers to use systemic insecticides so that the plant is absorbed, and when the pest feeds on the pests feed on the crops, they get killed, whereas the natural enemies which are outside, they are saved. And the second one is you can use granular insecticides. Again, it will be absorbed by the plant without disrupting the activities of the natural enemies. And the third one is you can use translaminar insecticides. Translaminar insecticides are those you can spray them, but within a few minutes it will be absorbed by the leaf, leaving no residues on the crop at all. That means it is inside the plant, and when the leaf-feeding caterpillars feed on the plant, they ingest these insecticides, but whereas the natural enemies which are outside, they will not come in contact with this. This is the third one. And the fourth one is you can actually seed treatment of chemical, seed treatment with systemic insecticides like imidacloprid. This is what is done in case of BT cotton. It is treated with imidacloprid, which is a systemic insecticide, which takes care of the sucking pest, whereas the BT protein that is present in the plant that would take care of the bollworms. So these are some of the recommendations. Now, this is as far as judicious use of chemicals are concerned. Now, coming to biological control agents, we need to take certain steps in order to empower the biological control agents. The first thing is, if the natural enemy populations are less in the field, we need to produce them in the lab and then introduce them into the field at the right time so that they can supplement the natural populations. They can strengthen the natural populations, thereby assisting them in bringing about biological control. So production and release of natural enemies is the one thing. And second thing is, we can actually develop parasites and predators that are resistant to chemicals. This can be done in two ways. It can be done in the lab, or it can be done, it can be collected from the field as well. Because those natural enemies which have already developed resistance in the field, they can be collected and they can be mass spread, then they can be introduced so that you can use both chemicals as well as natural enemies in the field. So this is another one. And second thing is, the biotechnology has come into our rescue. With the help of biotechnology, we will be able to manipulate the genes so as to empower the biological control agents so that they can tolerate temperature, humidity, and even less temperature, and even insecticides. So these are some of the options available to us. I think there are various other methods also, but these are some of the top messages that I wanted to convey, whereby we will be able to make use of the beneficial aspects of both chemicals and biological control agents, and we can help the farmers to achieve sustainable biological control agents. And then only one more point, that is about digital services, because nowadays technology has advanced so much, we will be able to identify the pests by making use of satellite pictures. You can take the photographs of the field, which will show up where the pest infestation has taken place and what is the intensity of it. And then when you spray insecticides, now highly evolved nozzles have come up. You can actually reduce the application of water and also the application of chemicals, whereby you can kill the pest in the targeted area, thereby you can save the natural enemies. So, and then drone application. Drone application is about 40 times more effective than the conventional sprays. It saves about 90% of water and about 30 to 40% of insecticides. By making use of all these things, we will be able to achieve sustainable agriculture, sustainable plant protection, and also by making use of digital services. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It's a wonderful delivery of things that connected well, that especially connecting all the components of integrated pest management. Only problem we are facing in the village level, that is at the farmers level, is science, profit economics, and third one is human behavior. The problem with the third one is very, very much. For example, if you are asking them judicious fertilizer, judicious use of fertilizer and pesticide, they will ask how, why, how much, so many questions are there. Another thing that if you ask that judicious fertilizer, it's okay, another 1 ml, instead of 2 ml per liter, go for another 1 ml, 3 ml. Like that, it's happening there. That's how we are also facing the problem that whatever we are. So I don't know exactly how to intervene in that process. All this science technology has been there in our laboratory, but unfortunately, the human behavior in the field level has to be taken care of. So next, actually, I invite to talk about the soil health. So in place of Dr. Basavaraj Greenavar, the head of the department of R&D, Dr. Amita.
Sorry, the sequence was marketing.
Oh, sorry.
Production, protection, marketing, then soil.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Like this, soil production.
This soil health.
That comes later.
Okay, fine. No problem.
A few minutes on marketing, so it's spoken quite a bit. Marketing and
As sir said, actually, production, protection, all these things, and finally agriculture marketing. Lots and lots of challenges. Even our Prime Minister is talking about the doubling of the farmer income. So many so many things said, but target has not been easily achieved. It's very difficult that. So I requested Dr. Sridhar Kampala, especially to talk about this market connectivity for the small farmers. Very difficult. We are having the problems to connect these small farmers with the relevant market, and also logistic challenges and digital intervention in marketing of agri-commodities. And adoption of issues in the usage of digital application. Government has given lots and lots of applications like ENOM, Kisan Suvidha, so many things. But I do not know how many farmers are, adopting that one. Then either any e-commerce platform exclusively for the small farmers or through FPOs that we want to do that. And another thing is a private sector intervenes in marketing of farm producers to ensure sustainability and better margin for the smallholding farmers. Sir, please take care.
Firstly, in agriculture industry, whoever is there, they will add doctor before, but I'm not doctor. Okay, I'm a finance guy who moved into business. Okay, so that when I present, I talk numbers. Okay, so I think the first two panelists have explained very well the importance of the crop protection, because in one of the seminar previously when I was a finance guy, at the time I also used to get excited. No chemicals uses in the farm. But when I spoke to one of the pesticide head, he said, without that we can't survive. I think this is very important message, sir, what you have given. I think that's very important. Judicious use of is one very, very important. So before getting into that, maybe I'll take 1 minute on sustainability and its relevance of the digital for the next 20 years. So of course, we were talking about sustainability of agriculture, sustainability of farmer, sustainability of human health, right? But the custodian of entire agriculture is the farmer. We should ensure sustainability of the farmer. Then only things will happen. Okay. To ensure the sustainability of the farmer is very important is that why, like Mr. Senthil said, why his behavior is not changing. We educate so much, but why farmer is not changing? This is the big question for all of us, right? But I closely worked as head of retail for Coromandel. I interact with many farmers. So that I told we have to move from sympathy to empathy. We should understand who is the farmer, why he doesn't have interest. Because he knows very clearly, after working hard also, he doesn't know whether he gets the money. That is the biggest problem. Okay, I have come from finance, I have done a lot of cost economics for organizations, cost of productions, profit economics and all. One day I worked with the profit economics for farmer. I'm doing, but down always minus. If I add something, minus. Okay, so minus is not coming positive. That's what people like you also who have done farming also. Farming is not profitable. Okay, farming is not profitable as of now. That is the biggest problem. And farming is not considered as an industry. So there is, basically I look at farming as an industry. Then where is the working capital finance? So for all industries, there is a working capital finance. For farmers, there is no working capital finance. I think there are many things. Unless you make farming profitable, farmer is not ready to listen to you. So this is a very, very important message. I think unless we create a sustainability to the farmer, agriculture sustainability will not happen. So you now actually, great people created a lot of technology, a lot of science. Everything is created, but somebody has to pay for it. Who will pay? The customer is the farmer. Customer do not have affordability to pay. Then whatever product you are created will not happen. So the important is now create a sustainability to the farmer. Okay, from that point of view, I'll get into my topic because you said 6 points. It will take 6 hours to speak. Okay, so but important point from the agri marketing side, I will talk. So the farmer produce, of course, farmer judicious use of input, how to increase the yield enhancement, and how to make profitable to the farmer on the input usage side and the precision agriculture side is one part. But important part is that farmer is losing his post-harvest losses in India is around 20 to 30%. After produce, it will take 20 to 30% is loss. So the major reason for that is, there is a lack of lot of infrastructure facilities in India. It was very bad 10 years back. Now, a lot of improvement was there. See, if you see, ours is a big country. And in all places, I think we have around 800 districts in India, around 250,000 villages. And different villages produce different output. And the consumers across India. The product has to move from one place to other. That is the biggest challenge. So do we have mechanism to move whatever you produce in Karnataka to, say, Madhya Pradesh? That is the challenge. So that is a big challenge. So supply chain is not emerged efficiently in the agriculture ecosystem. And the farm output is produced. What is the mechanism, say, for example, today, I'm at this place, I want to go to Lanka, I book Uber and go. But whether farmer produce will move from here to here? No. I think that is a big challenge. So actually they are clueless what to do. My produce is done at the harvest, who will take? They have to look at. Then immediately some commission agent will come and say, give me at this price. I think this is the one important problem what farmer is facing. So agri marketing is one of the big challenges. So for that now, of course, last 3-4 years, lot of improvements have come, but it is definitely not satisfying the need. So two problems I'll tell. One is the warehousing, storage facilities in the villages, we don't have. So many output, when the harvest is done, if the price of the product is not there, farmer do not have mechanism to store. So it is very, so that's what we see onion price going up 100, 30, 20. And tomato prices, sometimes it go to 2 rupees, sometimes it go to 70 rupees. And you see Kolar and Anantapur, when the prices are 5 rupees, farmers throws the tomato on the road because there is no point in taking. So these are the many instances are there. So definitely warehousing is one and logistics is the one. These two, if we created, actually agri-marketing is there. Here actually, one is that price discovery is one of the issue. Because for that you said ENAM and Kisan Suvidha, few things. ENAM is the one government initiative. It's a good initiative by government to make buyers and sellers to come onto the platform. But in the reality, it is not very effective. It is not very effective. So that is one. So because of this digital adoption of the farm, it is a big subject. Just I am giving the flavor of it. Then Kisan Suvidha, where it talks about what are the crop practices you have to use and all. But it is not, India is a different state, different languages. Whether farmer could able to see on the app, understand what is to be done and do? No, impossible. So these are the few things is the big challenges still we have to figure out. But few startups, actually I'll give a credit to two people. Definitely big companies like ITC and all, they are doing the corporate farming. They are supporting the farmer. They are giving inputs and they are doing financing. They are doing output. So contract farming is going to solve this problem on the long term, definitely. And like sir said, whether small farmer exists in the future, in my view, if you only want to grow, small farmers definitely will not be there in the future, if you take 20 years. Because we see today, farmers, they're discouraging their children not to do farming. What to do? So they are very clear. So they are ready to sell their land and make them to go to US. Because software is attraction, right? So then where is the next level farmer? There is no farmer. But the solution would be, it should make corporates to come and make a corporate farming and create a business model wherein employees work as like a farmers. I think that is only the solution what I see. Otherwise, 2 acres farmer, 3 acre farmers, how do you consolidate? And the solution is very tough. I think this, when need comes, when the 2050 is reaching, everybody will jump in and try to solve the problem. I think this is a few things. Then agri-tech companies working few things, like Waycool is a one good example. They created in every village small storage points. So they take the thing and store and do. And a lot of fintech companies coming and doing the commodity financing. Things are happening in the right direction, but quickly to happen. For that, only one solution is the policy. I'll stop with this. If the only one solution to give what? To solve all the problems. If somebody asks, I will say, Prime Minister has to pass one rule. this price of the tomato, this is fixed. It's cost of production plus. Today 30 rupees, tomato is 70 rupees. Because now we are digitally, we know. So the prices should be cost plus. Then farmer problem is solved with one decision. So we should wait for a few things to happen. But when need comes, definitely country will come forward and do. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That's a realistic discussion about what's happening at the ground level. The income of Indian farmer is around 10,000 rupees per month. That's how the government has quoted, as per the ICAR, around 10,000 rupees per month. And but you know that for the last 2 years, there is a 61% increase of the food prices. For the last 2 years, I'm talking about that. And this 10,000 rupees is for the last 5 years, it is remaining same and it is going to remain same. So I do not know how to double this income or whatever may be. Marketing is an important aspect where we are really missing many links. So as I said, that somebody has to come and rescue the farmers, unless or otherwise the budget goes negatively. So next, actually, I am inviting Dr. Amita. The soil health is the world health, and everything should come from the soil, especially the microbial consortia, microbial biofertilizers, and so many things. In our personal experiences, it says that many biofertilizers are not working. I'm not, directly talking anyone that. Because this bacteria or biofertilizer, wherever we are producing in our company, may not tolerate the climate where we are applying or something like this. That. So there are a lot of issues in the soil health, soil microorganism, functionality, vitality of that. Then soil quality information, soil testing and the data of the soil quality analysis, and gaps in existing soil health diagnosis and remedies, and commercial input and cost of soil health management in small holding. You know that the cost of organic manure is very high, not like in subsidized fertilizers. That if you want to replace 1 kg of urea, then you have to go with the 40 kg of organic manure. That's how the data says that. So I just want to invite Dr. Amita to throw some light on that.
Thank you, sir. So I need to thank Dr. Jagdish Mittu, sir, for giving an opportunity to participate this event. So I'm representing Creagen on behalf of Dr. Basavaraj Girinavar. So I'm basically a scientist. So I've been collaborated almost 10 years with Creagen. So this soil health topic really correlate with our organization. So ours is basically a biochemical industry. So where we deal with most of the microbial based products. It may be biofertilizers, biopesticides, and even now people are talking about a biostimulants where microbial extract is also being used. So basically we deal with such kind of products. So coming to soil health. So if we talk about the soil health, the main thing comes to our mind is soil vitality. So soil vitality, if we talk soil vitality, is basically it consists of 3 components. One is physical component, chemical and biological. So if you talk about the physical component, so people are all aware, it is nothing but the structure and texture of the soil. If you talk about the chemical components, it we deal with EC, pH, and also the nutrient availability in the soil. But the major point is the biological, which we call it as soil biota. Soil biota is nothing but it is a biological parameter of the soil where fungus, bacteria, algae, and many more microbes are involved. Soil biota plays a major role for the sustainable agriculture, higher yield, and also the improvement in the soil fertility. We do have a soil testing lab at Creagen Agribiotech Limited, and so we are not only a manufacturer, we promote these services like doing lot of soil sample for the free of cost to the farmers. I think past 2 years, we have analyzed almost 30,000 of soil sample for free of cost because we are trying to promote the importance of soil health to the farmers. So here, if we talk about the soil biota, it plays a major role, especially for the nutrient uptake, It also, as Manjunath sir mentioned, it also helps in controlling pest and diseases. And also it plays a major role in the biodegradation, where major companies are talking about this. So coming to next point, how to enhance the soil biota. So probably there are a lot of traditional methods like lowering the tillage, then going for a cover crop or intercrop. So I feel we need to talk more about integrated nutrient management to enhance the soil biota in the soil, soil biota in soil. So if we analyze, like as I mentioned, we not only analyze the physical and chemical parameter of the soil sample, we also try to analyze the biological of a soil whenever we get the soil sample. So when we analyze, almost, if you look into the standard soil fertility, 1 gram of the soil sample should contain almost minimum of 1,000 crores of bacteria. But when we analyze, the soil microbe has depleted because of the imbalance use of the fertilizer. So the only way to increase the soil biota, I feel, is through by increasing the organic carbon in the soil. The present soil organic carbon, it is coming around 0.35 to 0.5%. So average, if you consider soil as a fertile soil, it should contain minimum of 0.75 to 1% of an organic carbon. So if we enhance the organic carbon, so for sure the soil biota can be increased. The one way to increase the soil organic carbon, either through the application of the organic manure or green manure, or the other way is like using the humic based product. So we Creagen has come up with an innovative form of humic based formulation to enhance the organic carbon in the soil. And the third is the challenges in the soil health. What I feel is the lack of awareness to the farmers is a major challenges of the soil health. So probably we have trained almost 1,000 dealers regarding this soil health to make them to understand the importance of the soil health. So people are aware of many other soil crop protections and nutrient and many more things, but there is a lot of lack of awareness of the soil health. So we need to do a lot of extension work where we as a scientist need to educate the farmers, conduct lot of meetings, trainings, and all, not only to the farmers, dealers as well. Gaps in existing soil health diagnosis. So whatever the method we presently use is a traditional method. So I feel now many company has come up with mobile-based soil testing lab. Mobile-based soil testing lab, there is a both advantage and the disadvantage. If you look into the advantage, I think within 30 minutes to 1 hour, I think we can analyze the major nutrient. But the disadvantage is there is a lot of error and we are unable to analyze the micronutrient contents. So probably, I think we need to work on it, especially in the diagnosis. So whatever the method we are following, it takes minimum of 24 hours to generate the report. So I think many companies are coming up, especially IITs, on sensor-based soil testing lab. And the fifth point is the commercial inputs for soil health management. So commercial input, what I feel is like, we need to promote lot of biofertilizer. You say promote and educate the farmers the importance of application of biofertilizers, biopesticides, and many more microbial products. As sir mentioned, the major challenge in the biofertilizers, why farmers are not trusting the biofertilizer, is the shelf life and the quality of the product. So I think many companies are coming up with high CFU biofertilizer where the shelf life can be enhanced from 6 months to 1 year. And also there are a lot of innovative formulation. We Creagen ourselves has come up with the dispersible form and with sporulent or endospore forming bacteria where it can adapt to any kind of condition in the soil. So we need to promote high quality, high efficient strains for the effective result in the field. So I think many of the scientists, many of the companies are working on this, and I understand many MNC companies who are into chemical crop protection based products are also having a different, coming up with biological or biofertilizer based companies the sister concerns, and even ICL, many companies are showing interest on such kind of bioproducts, which they are basically dealing with the crop protection or chemical based pesticides. So I like to say is like, if we enhance the organic carbon, the soil, the microbial count will be increased. And if the microbial count is increased in the soil, the aeration in the soil will be enhanced, and more root hairs and root developments are formed, and basically the nutrient uptake will be very high. So we need to educate farmers, dealers, and also youngsters regarding the advantage of soil health and how it is going to benefit their crop productivity as well as the soil fertility. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anita. Yeah, soil health is a world health. One or few examples I want to share it with our personal experience, especially when she talks about the input dealers, the role of the input dealers in dealing with agricultural inputs. They are the mediators, and the farmers are believing more the input dealers rather than the scientists. That's how it is. That whenever there is a problem in the field, actually, they will approach the nearby input dealer. Unfortunately, the input dealer, the qualification is SSLC, and they are undergoing a 1-year degree program under Manage Desi program or something like that. I'm not underestimating that education is important or whatever it may be, but unfortunately, what is happening is the ethics of the business. That I know that there are one of my student who is undergone this Desi. He has done a business for around 110 crores within 2 months. So it's like a pesticide, seeds and fertilizers, and you won't imagine the volume of the business happening at the dealers level, actually. Yes, the dealers are also selling these biofertilizers like that, actually. For everything, they are having a panacea that any plant pest management or disease management, one insecticide, one fungicide, plus one plant growth regulators, and plus one biofertilizer pocket will be given that as a package. So they are adding these biofertilizers and all those things that without knowing whatever the things that farmers are getting. It's happening really, and we are in touch with around 500 farmers in and around Bangalore rural and urban districts. So this data says like that. So next is actually agriculture waste management. We are producing around 315 million tons of food, but we are generating 350 million tons of waste, if I'm right that in India. 350 million tons of waste. So you know what has happened in Delhi and what has happened in Haryana, Punjab. So many issues are there. Government is working well for more than 25 years to find a solution for residue burning and all those things. But still we are lagging behind. The major challenge in agricultural waste management is the volume and other things. So I request Mr. Nitin Deshpande to throw a light on that. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'll put a chemical engineer's perspective. I have trained as chemical engineer. I find it easy to look at the agriculture waste problem from chemical engineer's perspective. And then I'll explain what I think as the opportunities. And of course, challenges are well known, but I'll try to explain in terms of... as a chemical engineer, what I see as opportunities and what I see. So the number you mentioned, sir, 350 million tons is serious underestimate. Sugar alone, we produce 30 million tons of sugar, which means you would take even 10% yield, which is more, so you have about 270 million tons there, right itself, the sugar cane waste. So the numbers are, and rice is what, 300 million tons and things like that. So the numbers are far, far more. So I'll just tell you 2 minutes to explain what is chemical engineering. Only 2 things. Chemical engineering is about 3 things. So first, transformation, chemical or biochemical transformation of one material into another. This is the first thing we learn. How to transform something into another, one chemical into another, using biological or chemical route. Second, apart from the this one, second part very important, separation science. You separate something from something. That's all. Purify. Separate one material from something, rest of the material to get the pure material. Second. The third part, these 2 I thought was the chemical engineering, but when I came to chemical engineering, third biggest part is accounting. So what accounting we do as a chemical engineer for any plant, what we call as material balance and energy balance. So if I put a perimeter around my plant, how much material comes in and how much does it cost? Every single material, including water utility, everything. And what material you come out, how much does it cost? Same way, how much energy you put in, its cost. So that's what it is. Now, I see the agriculture, the plants, the biological plants as the smartest chemical engineers in that sense. What happens in the plant, in chemical plant, typically if I produce 1 ton material, I'll generate about 10 ton waste. If you look at agriculture, I don't know if 1 ton seed I use, how many tons I produce, maybe 100 times or 1,000 times. Very large number we produce. Now, it is not really different from chemical engineering. The smart part here is, in a plant, if you look at elemental composition of plant, 95% is carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen. So the plants have figured out the simplest that material balance, the bill, there is no energy bill. Sunlight is free so far. Water was free so far. Now buyer has started realizing maybe 25%, it's not that free anymore. So water was free. Nitrogen to large extent, without some editing, it is free. So your energy bill is zero. It's a chemical engineering plant with zero energy bill and almost zero material bill apart from the starting seed material. So that is the way, the same way we look at the waste now. So when you look at the waste, the volumes are humongous. Now, we do calculations all the time as chemical engineers. So just one aside calculation, one SUV generates 3 to 5 tons carbon dioxide per year, which is same as what Parali generates from 1 acre. I just did the calculation. Now, if you ban SUV for even 1 day in a week, or even you would have the whole Delhi on fire. But we would ban, so that life is not very fair. But now looking at the waste, so what do we need to do with the agriculture waste? There are two things that you have to do simultaneously. One, we have to reduce the volume or the tonnage of the waste to the minimum possible. At the same time, you have to maximize the value that we produce from that waste. And these two sometimes do not work, they do work in opposite direction. So for example, I'll take an example for which I worked for some time. From tomato, you can get something called lycopene, which is very tomato waste I can get. It is very expensive. The trouble is, if I start with 1 ton material and take out lycopene, it may be 2 kilograms, 3 kilograms. Rest waste remains the waste. So I have taken the value, but I have not reduced the volume of the waste. So that is not going to be of very good from the societal point of view. I might make some money as an entrepreneur because that is very valuable. Similar thing, taking out perfumery chemicals or flavors from say jasmine to jasmonate. You take it, that is 1 lakh rupees per kilo material. But again, you don't address the volume. So if you go to very high value product, you don't address the volume. And the lowest value in terms of the product is energy, the burn, carbon and hydrogen, nitrogen, you burn it, that is the lowest possible value that you get. The trouble with that energy transformation is twofold in the creating value. A, it creates its own problems, burning, basically you burn. It comes with a lot of moisture. So if you have 20% moisture, in the burning, you have to dry that 20%, so you have lost the energy. So it is very low-grade fuel according to chemical engineering, because you have to lose that 20% of water. You have to first get rid of it. So that becomes a low-grade fuel in terms of its water composition. Second part is that it is still not easy to transport. The transportation also adds to the cost. So the energy is not the best. So what I have come to a conclusion over a lot of things, several years, is that it is the nitrogen part of the plant that is not fully utilized. Of course, you take the seed and so on, which has 20%, say protein, but the rest of the plant, mini plant materials, have a large amount of N part of it. So you use CH and N is the burning value is what you get. The protein, and now as I think we saw in Bayer also, there is a lot of vegetable-based protein, but there is a plant-based protein
is a very big potential recovery, which will do both, address to a large extent that you want to reduce the volume of the or the weightage of the material. At the same time, you have to create the value for the material. So this is one, and the other problem. So this is the opportunity, biggest opportunity according to me, and the problems are well known. Scale is one of the biggest problem to get the optimal scale. So typically in engineering, we have a rule, if I have a plant which produces 1 ton material, and instead of that I produce 100 ton materials, 100 times more material, my cost will go only by about 12 times. So you can produce, so as you increase the scale, your cost comes down, but it doesn't apply to distributed, where your raw material is very distributed, and it also has to be coming in a certain way. So that doesn't apply. So that is one problem. The other problem is the quantum for each small farmer that you get is relatively small. So I think for all the technology and that we have, what Supreme Court has now said, that the only way possibly for dealing with some of the biggest waste problems is to create incentives. And I have seen very good example of this in a different field. Plastic waste, if you go to Himachal Pradesh, you cannot find a plastic waste at all, because government buys 75 rupees per kilo. You bring, so any scrap people will pick up, and so that is the possibly one way to get out. It's not the technology, and by the way, technological solutions are not limiting. It's the accounting and the balance part goes wrong. In Ministry of Food Processing Industry, I just looked up, there are 300 plus technologies developed by ICR listed for dealing with crop waste. Various types of crop waste, 300. So the problem is not the technical, because it's basically transformation or the separation. Does it fit in the economics? I think that is the problem, and that I think we have to address. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, a lot of waste around. It's a rough estimate, the 350 million tons of agriculture waste. I'm talking about the government data, but the ground level is entirely different. There are many waste, as he said, that can be utilized. So I'm talking about at the smallholder farmers level. Whatever the waste we are generating, and that whether it can be converted with the animal feed into the animal feed or some kind of a thing. That's anyhow we are going to discuss later, sir. The next thing is actually farming is not a big business. Of course, actually, there are certain weekend farmers out there. Many IT companies, people have come and acquired land, and they are cultivating the crops. They got failed and come back to us. Sir, can you help us in maintaining the farm? There are more than, I can say, 20, 30 people are there in our things also that they purchased with 10 acres, 20 acres and all those things. That. So weekend agriculture became a passion, and maybe for the sake of the Facebook and Instagram. But unfortunately, they are not in a position to maintain the farming activities. That. So it's very difficult for an young entrepreneur like Sreya, who is basically a banker, and now he wants to have a full-fledged agricultural activities. So I just ask, come Shreyas and share your experience for the last 2 years as a farmer.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. My name is actually Shreyas Madan. I'm an ex-banker. I worked for a bank for 5 years. I have actually resigned it and completely shifted to agriculture from the past 2 years. And my main aim is to develop a natural farm. From 3 o'clock, actually, this is my fundamental question. I have been waiting. What is regenerative farming? See, the recently Bayer and MOU and the ICR has signed an MOU stating the regenerative farm. What is regenerative farm? For a farm to be a regenerative farm, for the first 2 years, it is the organic inputs that we are supposed to give. From the let me share my experience. See, I had bought a barren land 4 years back, and I had just left it. From past 2 years, I have given the organic inputs, like Madam said, the biofertilizers. Thank you. Biofertilizers like trichoderma, pseudomonas, and many other. Humic acid also have used everything. So the first few years, we will have to give some input, maybe organic or XYZ, let it be. Okay, after that, I have seen that there is a transformation from an organic farm to a natural farm, where my intervention to the farm is comparatively less in the compared to the first year. So from natural farming to a farm to be converted into a regenerative farm, it takes around 3 to 5 years, where it is actually done by the birds, mammals, reptiles, and etc. The microorganisms present in the soil are doing the regenerative farm, and we are not supposed to interfere with the natural process. So this is what is, as per our understanding, is natural farming, and that is what. And I would also like to say that I have used around the local seeds which are acclimatized to the local microbes and not the genetically modified seeds for the uplift of my land. And recently I made a harvest of tapioca, and which is just for one harvest, one plant, the root was around 7.5 feet, weighing for up to 30 kilos. I have the photo, I have no issues, I can share it. Also, and sir, as you said, there is a lot of waste being burnt and everything. So I slightly would like to contradict that, because whatever the waste is being used, the farmers are not having the right technical knowledge as to how to compost them. Composting is the main thing in the organic farming, or rather the natural farming methods. And also the inputs used are locally sourced from the farm. Example, for the pesticides which I prepare, which are not bought from any other company or so, are locally sourced from the plants. I use cow urine and the cow dung, along with this set of plants which are of the Euphorbiaceae family, which have the anti-pest properties, and so, and also, with the composting thing, that is actually the base route for the development of the land. And thank you.
Yeah, young farmer, I'm Shreyas, and welcome to the world of agriculture. So a lot of things he's learning, and we are here to help you in all the way possibilities are there. But unfortunately, what is happening that the production at organic level and other things that many researchers have been conducted. If you want to, feed around 10 billion people or whatever maybe in 2050, and we need either we have to double the land what is available here, or increase the productivity. So in order to increase the productivity, the possibility is either fertilizers or something like this, the practical way of more months up to 2050. Anyhow, say few questions actually we are expecting from the audiences, and at the same time, a couple of questions are with me for the individual experts. So how can I move that, sir? Yeah. It's open for maybe to, yes, please.
My question is to Shreyas. They were talking about the bottom line, the profit. How is the visibility? Since you're also a banker, probably you can just, give us some light.
Asking about the profitability of your agribusiness.
Yeah, when it comes to profitability, see, the main usual practice is that they do monocropping, where a single crop is being grown. Here, in our model, we follow a 3-layer or 4-layer model. Example, my farm is, the first layer is the areca nut, second layer is the banana, third layer is the cocoa, then the next layer is turmeric, then the lower part of the land is the sweet potato. So at any given point of time, the land is covered. One thing, the microbes are saved, so that thereby reducing my input cost, and the pests that are reduced since I what is since I maintain a clean model, saying that there is a concept as trap crops, which along the border of the farm, I plant the trap crops where the natural predators, feed on the pests which is working against the farm. So thereby, when I reduce my cost, naturally for a pesticide to create around 100 liters I have prepared. For that, it is costing me just 300 rupees. Can you please give me the calculations how chemical farming can help, which is such a low cost? Okay, then the produce is, it's okay. Natural farming is giving a comparatively a lower harvest in the initial years, but when the farm turns to regenerative farming, the harvest is even more, and the input cost is less. So that, see, not only that, I get harvest from the areca nut, coconut I get. So there is a mixed income and a consistent income for the farmer always. The only question what we have is the the marketing of the product, because there is a notion that the fruit should always look neat and shinier. See, we concentrate only on the quality of the product. The nutrition is of the wholesome thing. So when you concentrate on one particular thing, the whole 99% is left out. We concentrate on the 100% of the nutrition.
It's very important, the consumer behavior. We have to get the fresh vegetables and good quality by seeing that it's okay. Sir, you were asking that.
Sorry, the question is again targeted to him. Later on, I will come back. Yeah. So right now, when we talk about agriculture and the way you are perceiving and telling us is not in a commercial aspect. Okay. So just think in the commercial aspect and tell me how many families platter has been filled in a year from your crop size, I mean the agriculture field size. It's how many platters are being served from your farmland in a years. That's a simple calculation. So it is like a commercial aspect.
Yeah, numbers.
Numbers is not see, since I'm new to this field, I cannot give you the numbers as such. But I have seen with my own eyes, since I have an hands-on experience on paddy growing. See, one of my friend, he also started the paddy cultivation with the natural techniques. And the
Shreyas, the question was basically how many platters you feed using your water.
yes, that is what I'm coming to that.
Short answers, please.
Okay. So definitely the output is also more, and it definitely fills more number of platters.
So the organic farming had got a lot of advantage only at the periphery of Bangalore. See, a lot of consumers are there.
So I was born as a farmer in a farmland in Coimbatore, but gave up farming for the same reason. My father went to agriculture university, and I came, and we still have the lands, and now we've bought a farm and doing what they call as pastime farming or hobby as a farming. But the question to Dr. Manjunath and also to others here is that we found something very interesting. We didn't even put biofertilizer. We said that nothing we will put. And we found something very interesting. Whenever it rains, this I'm seeing it for the last 15 years. Whenever it rains, nothing is needed. Everything grows so well. Everything comes. And then any amount of fertilizer or watering or pesticides is never equal to that 3 months of rain. So is there something to learn from that? Something to find from what is this rain effect? In the AgTech group and all, we put some 10 different reasons people gave. Maybe Dr. Manjunath could tell something. What is this rain effect? And then microbe. Is there something there? Some secret there.
Sir.
You mean you want me to tell you what rain actually does? See, some time back, I had written an article about the relationship between the rain, cricket, and the crowd. Okay? And if you have observed, whenever a cricket match is scheduled and people assemble there, it rains, it spoils. And probably this was known right from the ancient times. If you recall, whenever there used to be a famine, people used to assemble in agricultural fields and they used to pray rain god. And most of the time, the prayer used to be answered, because the rain used to come. Probably there is a relationship between the crowd and the rain, one thing. And second thing is when it rains, it brings down all the nutrients that are present in the air to the ground level. It may be nitrogen or it may be whatever it is, everything will be brought down and nothing can compete with natural phenomenon. That is why when it rains, we feel so refreshed. There is no substitute, whatever sprinklers you may use, but when it rains, the whole atmosphere gets cleared and probably that is the magic of natural phenomenon. Other than that, I will not be able to answer any further than that. Okay. And then one more thing I want to ask my friend who is advocating organic farming. What will you do if there is a sudden outbreak of a pest or a disease?
Yes, please.
Yes.
See, first of all, in the rules of our natural farming, we maintain the pest up to 4 to 5 levels. That is the threshold level of the farm. We must maintain the pest for the predators to be feeding on them.
Supposing there is a sudden outbreak. Supposing there is an outbreak of a pest or a disease, how are you going to save your crop? The ultimate objective of agriculture is to save the crop. The ultimate objective of agriculture is to save your crop, no matter what you do, isn't it? And supposing there is an outbreak of a pest or a disease, what are you going to do? Are you going to take any control measures or you are going to sacrifice your crop?
So one question I would like to ask. Same thing.
I will answer it myself.
Yes, please. Yeah.
No, you please tell. You please
See, there is always a contingency scenario that every farmer faces. But in organic farming, which we grow, the crops are comparatively resistant to the pests because they are more of the natural ingredient, natural organisms present, microorganisms present around the area. And suppose we find the pests are broadly classified into sucking pests and the biting pests. So for these biting pests, if at all we had a recent outbreak in Punjab, I guess. Locust infestation we had.
You get the attack of a locust.
See, the locust, we can apply the charcoal powder, which is powdered to a fine grain, along mixed with tobacco powder and the limestone, which prevents the biting pests attacking on our crops. Thereby, we save the crop to a larger extent.
Jagdish, can I take 2 minutes? To answer your question, when there is a outbreak of locusts, there is no time available to you. It has to be controlled instantaneously, immediately, for which, as a person who has spent my lifetime in controlling the pests, there is no substitute other than chemicals to save your crop. No, you please listen to me. And then, see, what is important in agriculture is ultimately we have to save the crop so that we get the harvest and the farmers are also benefited. No matter what we use, it depends upon the circumstances. There need not be obsessive farming. Obsessive farming means I will use only organic farming, nothing else. I will only use only chemicals, nothing else. I only use only biotechnological approaches or GM crops, nothing else. I think this sort of obsessive farming is not necessary at all in agriculture. We should try to use whatever is suitable for a given situation. If something works, it's well and good. I will give an analogy. It is like arranging the field placing in a cricket match. Just now we passed through the cricket, that's why I'm giving you this example. There are 11 fielders in a cricket match. I'm talking about resource management, what to use when and how to manage the resources. There are 11 fielders and it depends upon the captain and the bowler how to make the placement and which bowler to use. It depends upon the nature of the pitch. It depends upon the batsman, and depends upon the target score and all these things. And depending upon that, you will try to use whether you should use a spinner and whether you should use 3 slips or you should put them in the boundary line so that you tempt the batsman to hit a sixer and catch them. And it all depends on the nature of the pitch, the batsman and the bowler. And this is called resource management. Only 11 fielders, but it depends on your ability to manage them. Same thing happens in agriculture also. You may be able to manage everything with organic farming, well and good. It's good. And under extreme conditions, we should not be very rigid about it. Supposing there is an outbreak of a pest like brown plant hopper, it suddenly comes and within no time it devastates the crop. And there is a locust outbreak. You have to take drastic measures for which you have to take emergency measures. It's just like surgery. You have to take immediate measure, bring it down, and then afterwards you can take other measures. It doesn't mean that we should keep on using only insecticides. Insecticides are used to control it, to overcome the particular given situation, which is an emergency situation. Control it, then afterwards you use your biological control agents or pheromones or transgenic technology, or it may be mechanical control or insect resistance, cultivars, whatever you may use. And why I am saying this is this sort of, very rigidity. We should be secular in science also. So that is why my advice is don't be rigid about any technology, be open-minded, and only thing is don't use anything excessive. It is just like don't eat anything excessive. You have to manage our food habits. Just like that, we have to manage our farm practices also. And it is nothing but managing with prudence or managing with intelligence. So this is my message to you. And I can tell you, you cannot manage and feed the population with organic farming alone. It is an obsession which we have to overcome.
Thank you. Please be seated. See, it's like the discussion may go that whether allopathy or Ayurveda is better. So at the time of heart attack, what can be done? We can go for a panchakarma or some kind of a treatment or go for an ICU. That's what Sir is telling, that maybe an analogy like that. So next is actually, there is a question, Raja sir, maybe I asked the same question to me. No, you asked the soil fertilizers on it. But sir, actually, I just want to answer your question. Maybe it may be right also. It's a Haber process, ammonia, the nitrogen and hydrogen. It's a very energy intensive process to form ammonia. That is during the lightning process, the atmosphere nitrogen and hydrogen joins forms ammonia, and the ammonia is bring down by the water. So the plant looks like fresher. This is what my teacher told. I'm just forwarding to you. Excellent.
So I made a few points. One thing which was I would like to ask the panel is on hydroponics, vertical farming, special light farming, and its economics and pest resistance.
So the question is that
Yeah, it's on hydroponics, vertical farming, special light related farming, which is ongoing now, and its economic importance and related to pest resistance in such cases.
Sir, any answer for this question? It's that type of this is a hydroponic system where the plants are grown in the soilless condition. If there is a pest incidence, that how to manage that? So it's more than a smallholder farmer; it is a closed environment kind of a thing.
If there is a pest attack, if there is a pest attack there, it depends upon the nature of the pest, and especially in hydroponic farming, it is very easy to manage with biological control agents. And then supposing, as I said, if there is a localized infestation, only that particular spot where the infestation takes place can be sprayed, not necessarily chemicals. You can use neem products also. Botanical insecticides also can be used. And then there is what is called pheromone traps. Pheromone traps can be used to attract them and then catch and kill them. That is another one. And as a last resort, if all these things don't work, don't hesitate to use chemical insecticides to save your crop. Okay?
Sir, just one question to you. Since you've been working in this area for several decades, that we all know, compared to the existence of these biocontrol agents, like parasitoids and aphids and all that, at that time, because of indiscriminate use of chemicals, have some of them been made extinct? Is there a database on that? Some of the earlier ones that we used to use before to control diseases, have some of them been made extinct because of indiscriminate use of chemicals now?
See, indiscriminate use of chemicals has certainly brought down the value of biological control agents. No, extinct ones, I will not say that there are extinct ones, but they have been drastically reduced. So that is why actually by producing them in the lab and making artificial releases in the field, we will be able to restore the balance. And that is why there are so many commercial insecticides available today. Okay, so we can replenish the deteriorated populations of biological control agents. And there are and then actually, since this is on startups, I had a point, but due to lack of time, I did not mention. I will just take 1 minute to mention where the startups can actually be benefited by this. You see, you mentioned that biopesticides, sometimes they don't work. So there is a reason for it, because biopesticides are entirely different from chemical pesticides. In order to produce chemical pesticides, you can have a very large plant in one place, produce millions of liters and send it across the country or even across the world, because it is possible with chemicals. But in case of biologicals, it is not the case. It may be the species may be the same. It may be same Bavaria, it may be same Trichoderma, or it may be same Metarhizium. But species and genus may be the same, but the strains, they are adapted to different biological conditions. And that is why you cannot collect biological material from one source, manufacture it in one place and send it all over the country for using. That is one of the reasons why biopesticides are failing, because it is the same strain that is being manufactured and sent all over the place. They are actually adapted to particular climatic conditions. Not only climatic conditions, they are even adapted to particular crops also. The same species which is adapted to one, for example, cotton crop, it will not work in a sugarcane field. So that is why what the startups can do is, say for example, I'm mentioning this, if you are producing biopesticides, you start a unit in each district and produce biological control agents as well as biopesticides. They are acclimatized to a particular area and cater to the local needs. So this will give you larger benefits than producing everything in one center and sending it across. From the business point of view, it may be fine, but From practical point of view, it doesn't work because it's a biological material and it has adapted to a particular situation, particular crop, and therefore you have to differentiate between the efficacy of the strain of a biological material. Okay, and here is an opportunity for startups to units in their own place or elsewhere, so that there will be a large number of biofactories for producing biopesticides, biofertilizers, and even biological control agents. And our agriculture graduates can create jobs for themselves.
Yeah, with that. One more information that actually these organic cultivation practices, there are pesticides obtained from bacteria. There are more equivalent and working better than the pesticides also available in the market. That is approved by IMO, Indian, organic control organizations are there in India. So there is nothing wrong in that. Having an idea, as Sir said, that instead of doing obsessive agriculture, come out of it. There are a lot of bacteria which are approved by the, for organic farming also. Sir, please.
Just 2 more questions.
Okay, I'll keep it short. Keeping the title in light, empowering smallholder farmers through technology, I was wondering, is there any technological facility that one can provide to the farmers, in the sense to detect that there is going to be distress, and then a counseling kind of, we have therapists in the cities, for the stress which people go through, but I'm not sure whether there are any technological tools available through which we can counsel the farmers from taking those extreme steps of their lives.
Yes.
No, actually now imaging technology has come. One is satellite imagery. Satellite imagery is real time actually as of now. So that's what now many startups are doing. Say for example, you are a farmer, you have to geotag your farm. Then you get the status. It's more of with the reflection technology. It shows green, yellow, red. It tells you which part is affected. So then farmer can go to that area. So okay, I'll put it this way. If you have 1 acre of farm, the biggest problem for the farmer, pest starts at one place, it spreads. Okay. By the time it spreads with the manual eye, it can't predict, right? So at least this gives you like your X-ray or some sort of thing, okay? At least it tells you this part of the land has a problem. So now farmer can go there and can start working on it. This is one. Now in few places, this scientist or crop advisor also will go and suggest. So that technology is emerged, but usage is important. This is a satellite. Then second, very important, very powerful, the drone imagery. Okay. So if you fly the drone, it takes the image and give you. Okay. No technology solution is there. Now, only, like I said, affordability everywhere. Yeah. No, counselor. Say, for example, this is what we say. I proposed it to actually Telangana government in Hyderabad, precision agriculture labs in every district. So there, the government scientists, if you are there, if you create a drone imagery and comes to that, then farmers can come and take advice like bear listing, telemedicine. I think that opportunity is a big opportunity if government comes.
As you said, his question was more on counseling the depression. Yes. Depression pain. Farmer goes in depression if he loses the crop.
That's what you're saying.
Counseling, psychological counseling.
You're saying psychological counseling. This financial counseling is important.
Sir, of course, there are extension system working in agriculture area. There are extension workers. They are mainly psychologists working at the farm level. They are exclusively called as agriculture officer. In bracket, they are extension officers. They know the psychology of the farmer, and it is the duty of that. Unfortunately, the extension system is not well developed in India when compared to Canada and America. That's all.
Just two more questions.
My question is to Manjunath sir. So today I have a discussion with my colleague, and he's from Kerala and his father is a farmer. The thing is, the pest is not only the insect. There are so many mammals and rats and rabbits. These are the also pests. And now for them, the elephant has become a major pest. His home is just Yeah, so his home is just nearer to the Periyar River. So earlier, those elephants, they used to come during the before the rainy season, and during rainy season they used to go back to the Periyar River. Though now the thing is happening, they are coming just nearer, closer to their home and devastating all the bananas. So the problem is that the elephants are becoming clever day by day. If they are putting the electric fence also, they are just putting a big just putting a big tree and just walk over that. So what in that situation, what like is our concern to take care? And also because of this devastation, the farmers are facing to problem to grow their crops. So what will be our like step towards to make that farmer to work in that field, and how to control this elephant attack also?
It's a non-insect pest population, sir.
It's not an answer, some perspective. I know sir will answer, I don't know. I'll tell you a very short answer. This earth is not belonging to only human. It is for everyone. Okay, I'll stop there.
It's a human-animal conflict is always happening there. The government is looking into that. Anyway.
Madhav Sirsi, question from engineer to an engineer. In permaculture, after carbon, hydrogen, for that nitrogen retention, for regeneration, which is approximately the best practice in permaculture?
I do not know. I purely came in and here. I do not even know specifically. I do not know that.
Anyone else on the panel?
Sir, anybody there? Sir, may I know the questions exactly?
The question is, with all the waste, with that carbon and hydrogen liberated or whatever process, for the nitrogen, which is a nutrient, retaining, so which is the best method for repurposing that? That's the best way, actually to use in permaculture or in sustainable farming.
Anybody, sir, that soil health? Yeah, yes, sir. Yes.
So I think we need to promote green manuring, or even we have nitrogen fixing bacteria that also can be promoted for the nitrogen use. Yes, please.
Okay, I'm from a completely different background, but recently we had a couple of customers talking about it. Exactly that question. There is a way that at nano scale, plants are able to take up nitrogen and it's more effective. So aggregating nitrogen at nano as a nanoparticle, and it's being taken in. And there is somebody in Jaipur who's done a lot of research. Now, how we come into the picture is it is through an enzyme. And so we are working with a couple of customers at a very early stage, wherein we have to enhance the activity of the enzyme to aggregate more nitrogen, and not just nitrogen, all the primary nutrients, including iron, potassium, I think a couple of more such things. Yeah, NPK. So all of them, sodium as well. So it's been found that it is possible, and that's, I think, very latest finding, and looks quite interesting.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a wonderful session. I'm just to give it to sir.
So I hope you all enjoyed this, and all of us have to remember that food is the primary medicine. Then the pharma comes, okay? As long as we realize that and make others realize, agriculture will have a huge impact on all of us. So with that, I'm holding like in Olympics medal presentation, when the bronze, the gold and everything. So I would like Naveen, Secretary of IBIOM, to take one of that and one of that. So we are a very poor organization. It's a very simple, with a lot of love and affection. No, it is required. Take photographs, whoever is taking, Dr. Manjunath. To Dr. Sharan Nangri. Not together, we'll have one. Okay. We'll have. And take one of this and this. Sri Lanka Kampala. And Shobha. And to Amita, take one of this. Sorry, chocolate. So, and to Nitin Deshpande, one of this and one of that. Comment. One of this and one of that. To Shreyas. And if you and a very, very big clap to Senthil, the wonderful moderator.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a group photograph, please. Stand for the photograph.
Yes, sir.
Please. Okay. Now, one of the most exciting things I've been waiting for is from a young man by name Kiran Gowda. Kiran, are you here? Okay, you can all sit down. Yeah, please take your seats. Kiran, where are you? Okay. Kiran is a young man, is doing his second year engineering in electronics. Okay, introduce yourself and then why you're here. Should we move these tables?
No, I'll keep it on the table.
Are you sure? Yeah. Okay. So this is Kiran Gowda. I met him about 3 weeks ago at XIME in Electronic City Phase 2. I was invited to represent IBIOM to listen to some of the innovative projects, people like him, mainly engineering and business students, in front of a committee, judges, and see what they thought of that. Okay, and I was very impressed. I was only there for a short time. I was very impressed by him. I said, you must come and talk to some of the people and get to know them, so they will also get to know you. Introduce yourself and do what you think.
I'm currently pursuing my second year in engineering in Saptagiri College of Engineering. So, project, the slides. Remote. Yeah. Okay. So it's just I've just done my first year in engineering, but this isn't the first year into my project. So I'll talk about my project first and then about me. So I'll first talk about the mechanism, the work that I've worked on, and then about agriculture, the problem, the solution. Then I'll show you the prototype, and then about me and the question and answers. So moving ahead, introduction. So, okay. When I say a suspension system, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? You already saw the slide, so that will be the one that you'll all be imagining in your mind when I say a suspension system. So in a conventional drive on a flat surface, these springs would work. But if I use these, the conventional drive in an agricultural land, basically an uneven terrain, it would tilt and the center of mass, center of gravity would shift and the whole system would topple. So if you want to implement robots in agriculture, you would have to face a challenge of uneven terrain, and conventional system cannot handle that. That is where rocker bogie mechanism comes in. This is the same mechanism used by NASA, ISRO, and all the institutions for their planetary rovers. This mechanism is very efficient in uneven terrain. So the uneven terrain is just not present on Moon or Mars. It's even present in our agricultural land. So why not use the same mechanism in agriculture too? So in that way, this is the Mars rover. You can see there, for the turning mechanism, they've used servo motors here. Okay, you can see it turns and then it goes around. So if shall I demonstrate it now or later? Now, okay. Yes, sir. Yes, I've worked on this since past 5 years, and here it is. Okay. So you can clearly see here, I have no other moving parts except them, and I've easily achieved the turning without these servo motors. And you can clearly observe if this one point fails, the whole system might fail, and that point of failure isn't here. So I've overcome that in my design. So moving ahead, for a better understanding of how a rockaboogie mechanism goes over uneven terrain and without springs is this simulation where you can see the uneven terrain it's facing the uneven terrain, and no matter how many uneven terrain it's going through, the center of mass, the blue part, is unaffected. Now I hope you all got a clear understanding of how the mechanism works. So what are the advantages? The main is the center of gravity. Then the main payload is distributed over all the 6 wheels. There is maximum contact with ground. And even if 1 or 2 motors fail, the system can still work. So moving to the problem statement. I don't think I have to explain much about the problem statement. You are all experts here. So agriculture, it's been quite less profitable for the farmers, especially for the smallholders, because smallholders can't afford the technology, the big tractors, the equipment that they need for the agriculture. So this low crop yield, high cost of labor, because all the people from rural areas are shifting to cities day by day, and there are less people who are willing to work in agricultural lands. That's why the cost of agricultural labor is increasing day by day. So there's a statistics where there is average crop yield in India is around 30 to 40% lesser than the global agricultural produce, and no technology. So the proposed solution would be not the whole product. So the robot could replace laborers by performing all the tasks. I'll talk about the tasks, what all tasks later. So it can reduce laborers, it can replace laborers and help the farmer. And the farmer can rely on this robot and focus on other activities like poultry farming or other sources of incomes. So increased maneuverability. So this has a better maneuverability than any other agri robot that is present right now, and it can easily navigate into wine plants, grape plants, and in that way it can easily take care of plants better than humans. Yes, and something that is of interest of everyone, increased crop yields. It can increase crop yields of more than 20%, and this was studied by a college student from it. I found it in a research paper. So it can increase crop yields. So how is it going to do after this? Okay. This can perform every activity that is involved into agriculture, right from seeding. It can precisely plant the seeds wherever it is supposed to be, monitor them. So once it's done with seeding, it can precisely water the agricultural land, like not too much water, not too less water, in a perfect way. And this saves resources. Weeding. Okay, for the weeding, now the practice being used is they can't afford laborers to come and pick each and every weed. So what they use is herbicides. And as you all know, herbicides are not good for the crops, and I don't think I have to explain much about that. So what the robot can do is it will be equipped with a robotic arm, and it can clearly identify what crop it's growing and what crop is not supposed to be there, and it can easily do the weeding. It can it will be into the small farm, and it will monitor the farm every day, right from the seedling to the harvest stage. So it can easily monitor how the crop is going, how it should have been growing, and is there any pests or any fungus that is growing there, and what measures it should be taken, and to which plant it should be taken. Because if a farmer finds a pest in a one plant, he'll start spraying pesticides to all the plants, and this is obviously not good for the ecosystem. Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Yes. Okay. So what next? The solar panels can be implemented to reduce the cost of charging and discharging, because there is not the stable electricity access in rural areas. We can implement sensors, actuators to make the robot do almost every task and nearly automate agriculture. The focus here is to not to replace farmers, to help the farmers grow the maximum yield from very less resources. Yes. Okay, sir. So the prototype here. I couldn't get the clips from the agricultural land, but something that can be relatable to.
The robotic arm.
Yes. Okay. So I'll show you the robot here. So okay. So I have just the whole implementation into agriculture is still in the ideation stage, and that is where I seek all of your help. But right now, I've nearly perfected the design required for the agricultural robot. Wait, I'll get a few obstacles that can demonstrate.
What obstacles do you want?
I just have my laptop on a bag. I'm risking my laptop for the demonstration.
You can have that.
Okay.
You can take his mobile also.
Okay. I'll get it more back. Sorry. Yes. So last few slides. Okay. So I presented about me. I have presented the design and National Conference of Robotics 2023. That was in July, and I won the third prize. I was the only student who was from first year and individual project. The other competitors were around 50 teams from all over India who were final year students, and it was their final year projects that I was competing with. So I won the third prize. And moving ahead, this is my certificate, and yeah, I won the first place in IIT Patna's Technotrix competition held in November. So they've promised me pre-incubation and full product funding for up to 10 lakhs. So yes. Okay, I don't think we have time for journey. So Q&A.
Obvious question, what's the cost? And mileage?
Cost. Okay.
I won't give this.
Okay, so cost right now I can build this mobile system in around 5,000. 5,000. That's all.
Very affordable.
Very affordable. It's like I designed this and built this in a budget constrained environment. Okay, so with iterative process, I've finally come to a very nearly perfect mobile system where it is the cheapest that one can build. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay, that depends on the battery that we were using. That purely depends on how much you're spending on the battery how much it can give. Yes, sir.
I'm buying this. No. 4,500.
Okay. The question, the next step, if you were to do just one of the things, let's say only seeding, that might be very simple. Just do one extension. There are so many possibilities. If you do that, that may be of just do any of one of them which you think is the easiest. Number one. Number two, I think you should apply, apart from what you have got some, promise for funding is different from funding. You take it from us. So I think there are two specific schemes I would request you to apply. One is DST Nidhi Prayas, 10 lakh. Yeah, I will give you later, don't worry. DST Nidhi Prayas. And the second is Elevate Karnataka. These two, definitely you should apply up to 30 lakhs. And if you need any help, I'm sure I will help, or anybody. We are used to writing these applications, we can help. But you need to choose what you will do with that in one application. What will be the prototype be next step? Thank you.
I would like to totally agree with the point that you told they've just promised, but they were not doing. Because I just received a mail that they're not giving me funding, just access to the lab. So you're 100% right.
So please give a big hand to Kiran Gowda. The only word I would want you to use when you're talking about this can do this, this can do this, this can do this, agriculture say, you may want to say, I think it can do this. I think, because you've not really tried all of that. So agriculture experts here. So, but they all agree with what the potential is that your robot has. But before you say that this can do, say, I think it can do. That's the only thing. Okay. So thank you so much. Give him a big hand. Any more? You want some again?
Yes. Okay, so I'd just like to conclude that I'll be looking forward for all your support, because since past 5 years, with zero support, zero guidance, zero knowledge, I've come this far and I've long years to go. So with your guidance, I can get somewhere and give back to the society in a way. And I would heartfully thank Jagdish sir for this opportunity, and all the experts in field and the insights that I got today will definitely help me in my future. Thank you so much. Yes, sir.
You said you are working on this for 5 years, and you
Yes,
said
sir.
your second year. That means even before you were
Class 8.
Class 8.
Class 8.
That's another important.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Kiran Gowda. The only thing he asked me, when I asked him to please come on the 25th, he readily agreed. Only thing, just to talk about his own situation, how he's working so hard. I've not discussed with the trustees and the COO, but we'll work it out. We are sponsoring his travel to here and coming back, because you want a taxi to bring his model here. So I hope that's okay with the IBIOM. Thank you. So now there is a surprise. I was actually worried the base security will not allow him inside. Okay, so there is a surprise here, Upasana. We're running out of time. Okay. Free in this one. Varsha is not here. Manish, Anik, yeah, Anik, and another Bayer person, Raghu, and Amita. Amita, please, since she's so involved in, yeah, please come. Okay, that's probably enough.
What about you?
I'm the moderator. Okay, so what I want to mention is that there's something that I talked to Dr. Manjunath quite a bit about. So how many of you know the famous space scientists that we've had in this country? Name them. Abdul Kalam, you are the recent one. Somanath, Shivan, many of Homi Baba. Okay, now the next question is, how many of you in a common area know the famous plant biologists? Swaminathan? Anyone else? Doctor? No? Jagdish Chandra Bose. I'm only Jagdish, not Chandra Bose. I know, JC. I know what you're talking about. I was only kidding. So but so, anyone else? I mean, they're all dead and gone long time ago. I'm talking about. Okay, anyone else?
Dr. Manjunath is here, right?
Thank you. Please give him a big hand. Who else? I mean, this shows the attitude of we, the Indians, how we take agriculture for granted, and the incredible amount of work that has been done to make India transform from a begging bowl to a basket, whatever that is called, right? I think we all lived through, some of us lived through 480 program and all of that, and I'm sure Dr. Manjunath remember that. We all lived through standing in queue for cooperative society and all that. But the plant biologists, we don't know enough of them. It's not out there in the front pages of the news media. They're not covered in the newspapers. Space, yeah, great, man, all of that. But even the space scientists had to have had a good meal before they went there, right? So today, I would like to take the opportunity with their permission and with permission of Bayer team to honor a very, very famous plant breeder, Dr. Sharan Angadi. Please come forward. Please.
Much better people wait.
No, this is plant breeder. Yeah, I just want to make an appeal that we must give the due credit. Unless your tummy is full, if that nutrition primary health is not taken care of, nothing else matters. You cannot play cricket. You cannot even watch cricket when we are so hungry. So this is very important. So I would like to request my IBIOM colleagues to honor Dr. Sharan Angadi. Can you please bring that? So Raja, you can put the... Hope you're taking photographs. Photography, please. Okay. Dr. Manjunath? Okay. Yeah. No, photograph. And then, okay, can you give an award?
It's a lifetime achievement award.
So, Amita, award of recognition?
Yes, sure.
Thank you. And then, oh. Wrote about him. I'm so sorry. Can you hold this thing? Okay, I must read this. Dr. Sharan Angadi is a renowned plant breeder with a master's degree from Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, TNAU for short, and a PhD from the Indian Agricultural Research Institute, IIRI, Delhi. He has held various roles at the Directorate of Oilseeds Research and the Indian Institute of Horticulture Crops, IHR, working on heterosis breeding in Indian mustard, Brassica gentiana, and the genetic enhancement of aromatic crops such as scented geranium, Pelargonium graveolens, I hope I pronounced it properly, and patchouli, Pogostemon patchouli. Patchouli. Transitioning to the industry in 1994, Dr. Angadi served as the head of research at Nunhems, a Dutch company, being a key member of their global management team. As global head of the sweet pepper and hot pepper breeding programs, he supervised the breeding teams and steered the researchers in India, Indonesia, Spain, Turkey, South Korea, China, Italy, Israel, USA, and Mexico. That tells about the wings that he has spread. His interests extend to intellectual property rights, issues in agriculture, as well as biosafety, biodiversity, and regulatory aspects of biotechnology. He's actively participated in analytical debates on those topics at both national and international forums. Additionally, Dr. Angadi served as honorary president of the Foundation for Biotechnology Awareness Education, FBAE, that Professor Comenshaw started for 2 years. Apart from his significant contributions to the field, Dr. Angadi also enjoys popular science writing, humor, and karaoke singing. He's got like 16,000 something songs in SMU. Go listen to him. 16,000? It was 16,000 in SMU. I mean, he's a big fan of songs of Kishore Kumar, Manade, and Mukesh. Amazing. His famous song is Kabhi Kabhi. You know, I've heard it many times. I keep hearing it. Okay, and his articles in leading dailies and weeklies in Kannada and English have contributed to dissemination of scientific knowledge far and wide. In recognition of his dedication and substantial contribution to seed industry, society, farmers, and the private sector in the Asia and Pacific region, APSA, that's the association, honored Dr. Angadi with the title of the most influential plant breeding researcher for horticulture crops in 2021. Furthermore, Dr. Angadi served as the Chief Operating Officer of IBIOM, which we're so happy to have him. And it is with the great honor that we celebrate this and felicitate him at this meeting. Thank you so much. Yeah. Oh, this one, yeah. So we had some more.
Yeah, this is also for you.
We had bought something of Mysore, okay? Okay, just for the fragrance of it. Okay, this is Mysore sandal. Yeah? Okay. We'll give you a bag, we'll give you a bag.
Big harvest. Big harvest.
We will send the robot.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Did you wish to say a few words? Yeah, we'll take all this.
I'll keep all that.
Have you had a close-up of him? Just him.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I'm really humbled. I was asking Jagdish, I think I didn't do anything to deserve rich recognition. Maybe, as he said, I have been recognized on few occasions for whatever small things I did, but this I regard as the most cherished or coveted recognition. I don't know what to say. I'm really humbled and I'm overwhelmed by the appreciation. Thanks, Dr. Jagdish. Thanks, Raja, and everyone. Really emotional. I don't know what to say. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, thank you for feeding us. You've given us good meals. I said, thank you for feeding us. You've given us good meals with all those wonderful vegetables.
All the breeders do.
All the breeders do. Okay, I think that calls for the end. I would like to invite Raja. He's got one announcement, and then probably concluding remarks. Anything else we need to?
Just put up your slide.
Okay.
All of you for coming, because this is the farmer, because we are all talking about farmers. Where is the farmer? We had Dr. Sendil, thanks to him. He is working very closely with the farmer. And here is another farmer, Shreyas, who has come. So we can see how farming is not a business. Farming is more like a principle. That's why we can't tell him too much. It is his principle in life. What he was earning as a banker, he will never earn by farming. So he's doing it as a principle. And most of the farmers are actually, almost all of the farmers it's their way of life. They're not really interested in, my great-grandfather actually used to say, which my grandfather used to say, a farmer should not do accounting. If they do accounting, only the langoad will be the final thing which he'll be having. So you never do it. You do your job, you feed everybody. But once you become whatever we were talking, once this all becomes like a real farming as an industry, this whole thing will be gone. It will be a paradigm shift And I don't know whether we can take it until the 2030, 50 when it comes. It will be, you see all the farmers, there'll be farmers sitting here with suits. You'll be shocked if that happens, right? We want farmers to be kind of innocent, do their things, and we enjoy. Actually, people say that farmers are subsidizing us. If they really charge for their labor, right? If they charge for their labor and what the input, this I didn't say. Yesterday I was listening to this Aro, that milk, that famous milk we all take. Aro. No, that Arokya, here they're doing, no, not Arokya, there's another one. Akshay Kalpa's founder was talking. He said, look, we are all, actually farmers are subsidizing the feed, their labor and everything, and we are enjoying. If they charge, I will tell you, we will all worry about food. We are now worry about our car, phones, rental, house and all. If farmers really charge I'm finished. They are actually bending and doing things for whole day. So we have to appreciate the farmers, and actually they are our gods in a way. But anyway, thank you, the Bayer colleagues, and Kamath ji calmly actually told us a lot of things and asked us to leap. I hope IBIOM will catch that phrase and try to leap, because you have a CSR program, the Corporate Social Responsibility Program, and the entrepreneurs can make use of it. Instead of getting into donation, they can multiply that money in some way. And Dr. Sindel, thank you for taking your time and coming, and also Shreyas for coming. Though many people may not agree to what you're doing, please go ahead and do what you're doing in the way you want to do. We are there to support you, and you have to listen to Manjunath ji for what he told. Sometime when it happens, your farm is getting destroyed, you may have to spray something, right? Or you have to be ready to plow it off and do it. That's up to you, but you should be ready for it. And then Kiran showed this wonderful stuff. I already bought it for 4,500 rupees because he said 5,000. The cover is not there, backside. So 4,000 rupees, maybe 5,000, 5,500. See, finally it comes to business. At the end of the day, it has to go. We'll manufacture hundreds of them, thousands of them. It's great. I'm really seeing the utility. I was actually telling someone, this can actually, you can sell it to Russia, sell it to Israel. You have to put, nothing it needs to do. You have to only put a camera. That's all they need to see what's happening there. Instead of going and getting shot or shooting people, they want to see. Even if they fly, people will find. So you have to silence those motors a bit, make it small. Some of them make it big with a gun. I don't know. I'm just telling. So there are many applications of what you have done. So it was a great thing. I think this we can go and think about all of these things for days to come. And personally, I'm very happy for Sharanji. This was a unanimous thing, and everyone would agree that to honor you, because you have done a lot. And our connection with IBIOM and Coimbatore, this, that, and those days I have only two. One is Monsanto. We did one project, and for Lundams, nobody else spoke about genomics. So I know him from very early times. So thank you, everyone. And the last one is, see, we are going to have the BTS coming very soon. And then this meeting is coming on 1st Feb. So for first time, we will not have any meeting in the January, right? We are December. So January meeting and this are going to be, so January we are going to then have a meeting. So December we will not have a meeting. Anyway, BTS is overlapping into that, and we can meet at the sites of BTS. Spiritual session may be possible, I think, at that point. So now Genomics India Conference, this every year we are doing, and incidentally the theme is also sustainable future. And like Dr. Manjunath or someone said, sustainability means you're doing everything from here and it goes here. You need not bring anything else from outside. sustainable future. So agriculture is a big theme there. Some 5 different people are speaking. How microbiome, firstly, I think some microbiome folks are here, because it's a mystery only. We know microbiome is doing a job, but we don't know how it's doing a job and how we can interfere with it. But we can't interfere with it without knowing what is there first, before you put something there. So we are going to connect healthcare and everything with agriculture so that people learn from each other. So this is a big conference, 3-day conference, 1 to 3. IBIOM is one of the partners. And for all IBIOM folks or any startups, we are going to have very, very low cost stalls and even place to stay, somewhere to subsidize everything out. And on 4th, we are going to have a trip to Taj Mahal. I think that might attract many of you to come. And maybe we'll have Sharanji sing that Akele. Akele. Yeah. Why are you going alone? That is the theme of IBIOM. Why are you going alone? Where are you going alone? Shall I come along with you? Or shall all of us come along with you? That is the theme where IBIOM is working. I hope you will support IBIOM, and we support the startups, and we support the bigger corporates to interact with the startups and do something together for the mankind. We have no other interest. So thank you, everybody, and thank you for our official photographer, Shekhar Suman, and his team, because they are into marketing. We have to learn a lot. Even the picture which he put, I will tell you last thing, he put that picture, I changed my WhatsApp profile with the picture he took. One doctor actually called me for a meeting. It was in Vellore, 7 floors. He said, by seeing the picture, I thought you are fit enough to walk 7 floors. They didn't have it. Okay. So he can convert a guy like me into something else. So thank you, Suman. Thank you, everybody.
Shekhar just
Shekhar can have a last word.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for that appreciation, sir. And everybody, thank you, Bear, for hosting us. Very enlightening session. Special thanks to Dr. Manjunath, sir, and everybody for that active participation and that thing. It really is great. Yeah. So now for everyone, I saw you made a lot of notes, and I'm sure you must have missed something. So we have shared the link of today's live stream in the group. So if in case you feel you missed out something, you can always refer that. And of course, Biotechnica is a place where we have created a platform where people come looking for jobs, come looking for skill gap development, come looking for content like this, where intelligent and people like all of you can come together, share and express ideas. So if you have any kind of announcements to make, anything which you want the world to know in the biotech sector, life sciences sector, please feel free to approach me. This link has already been shared in the WhatsApp group. Please feel free to check that out. The photos have come out amazing, so we will share that also. So the professional photographers have taken that. We'll share that as well as in the group. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. And for the online audience, thank you so much for joining us. It was wonderful hosting you. And, farmers are being penalized by capitalism, and these entrepreneurs and scientists are going to address that. And thank you so much for being a part of that. Thank you.
How many did we have online?
Last time it was 1,000. This time again, it's
200
okay.
plus. Okay. As a last thing, may I invite all the Bayer team, please, all of you. Everyone. Danu, Sushmita, Kamat, Raghu. Please come. Yes. Come, sir. I asked Dr. Manjunath to please give, on behalf of IBIOM, to please give it to. Can you turn off the screens? Please come. Can someone turn off the screens? Because the photos are not coming well. Is that better? Sushma, can you switch it off? It becomes like a blue film. They cannot, I think. Dr. Manjuna? You are a volunteer mentor of IBIOM, so please kindly bring. Then he's the main man. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yes.
Without you, it will be incomplete.
No, I'm here. Shobha, come on. And Bayer has left some goodies on the table, so please help yourselves to pick them up. First come, first serve. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you all for coming. See you again. I think dinner is served. Okay, dinner is served.
Right here, right?
In the corner. Thank you. You liked it.
It was wonderful.
You must have.
It was first of a kind.